just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh, my God.
That thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened. And then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm overseas at this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femi Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
that finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independent celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femi Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femi Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femi Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. The coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, Souq TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged the artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Britt, was excited that the collaboration between Femi Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel exchanged pleasantries with the president and told Souqnews TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femi Walsh team include Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Uguechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the Executive Chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, Housekeeping Manager, Dr. Arogundade, Digital Sales Executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with Souq News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and Souq News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femi Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like Souqnews TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you got to do is make sure you contact Femi Walsh, because we give you the best of the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching Souq News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching Souq News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching Souq.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the Banqueting and Events Manager. Keep watching Souq News.
I'm Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching Souq News.
Thank you, guys.
Federal Palace.
See you soon.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. We would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Ijogo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in a comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RJT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMP says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, by Shemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obunafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Volta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State, and all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, Dr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent care facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has consistently been the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that the Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Of malaria in Lagos has been charted course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Isiaka Adekunle. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The the country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently be dived into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. just give me injection, just give me this tablet, I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is, so just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we could say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmers and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, his all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of it, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives, and want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Twice as much. All the very hard work you're doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is a message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishment. Ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence,
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. the pathway to malaria pre-admission and the sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
So we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop It never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Now, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has announced plans to dismantle monopolies in fuel importation and distribution in a bid to promote price competition and transparency. New local content guidelines from the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board aim to increase Nigerian ownership and execution of oil and gas contracts. The central bank reports private sector credit expansion to 77.9 trillion naira, signaling deeper lending penetration, but also raising concerns over debt service risks. The World Bank has pledged $9 billion in agricultural funding for Nigeria by 2030, with a focus on rural development, food security, and value chain expansion. Moving on, the Lagos State Government has launched the Lagos International Theatre Festival in partnership with First Bank, positioning the creative economy as a growth sector and employment engine. The initiative is part of a broader push to diversify the state's economic base and attract youth participation in culture-led enterprises. Meanwhile, the Lagos Water Infrastructure Program, dubbed OMIECO, has secured 410 million euros in funding from European Union and other development partners. The state government says this investment will enhance urban water access, improve sanitation, and create thousands of construction and utility sector jobs. Meanwhile, in South Africa, mechanics in Brakpan townships have organized a motor spares collective that uses WhatsApp to bulk order car parts, reducing overhead and improving supply chains. The move is helping small-scale workshops overcome market fragmentations and increase customer turnaround time in West Africa. The Industrialization and Trade Summit has outlined a regional strategy to boost manufacturing's contribution to GDP and reduce import dependency. The IMF has urged African economies, including Nigeria, to accelerate fiscal digitalization and e-governance in order to improve tax collection and public spending efficiency. The United Kingdom government has unveiled a £4 billion industrial strategy targeting semiconductors and clean energy and advanced manufacturing to rejuvenate the post-Brexit economy. Early signs show services are recovering, but manufacturing remains flat, prompting concerns about uneven sectoral growth. Industry groups have welcomed the investment plan, but warns that without a labor market reforms and vocational skills upgrades, the benefits may be short-lived. Economists suggest that the UK could outperform the EU in growth over the next year if capital flows and the industrial supports are sustained. The United States Senate has approved a $50 billion stimulus package for the semiconductor industry aimed at restoring domestic chip production and reducing dependence on Asian suppliers. Amid renewed Middle East tensions, the United States government and the missile defense system successfully intercepted threats in Qatar, claiming market fears of energy supply disruption. Investor sentiment improved after reports of a tentative ceasefire deal between Iran and Israel, causing global oil prices to dip slightly. However, cloud service providers reported slowing revenue growth in the second quarter as corporate IT spending softens due to inflation and interest rate uncertainty. Moving on, in Asia, India has emerged as the top-performing commercial real estate market in Asia-Pacific, driven by robust leasing in office and logistics sectors. China's manufacturing PMI rose to 51.2, marking a return to expansion territory after months of contraction and signaling improving global trade prospects. The Japanese yen strengthened sharply as investors sought safe haven and the assets amid geopolitical concerns, potentially complicating Japan's export competitiveness. Meanwhile, India's central bank announced new lending programs for small and medium-sized enterprises to support domestic production and employment resilience. And finally, in the news, in Europe, the European Union is pushing through reforms to make the single market more efficient, including cutting outdated bureaucratic requirements and harmonizing cross-border business laws. Germany has announced a major defense spending increase by 2029, redirecting fiscal priorities in the face of geopolitical instability. France is facing protests over labor law changes aimed at expanding gig economy and participation, as critics argue that they reduce worker protections. European policymakers are also debating how to better manage foreign investments from China and the Gulf states while preserving strategic autonomy. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms on Souq News Television. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. I'm Oyinpriye Kurmale. Good morning to you.
drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France. GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudiescenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
An African adage that says the child who is not embraced by the village would burn it down to feel its warmth. Welcome to Just Africa. This is where we embrace everything African. My name is Swift Aderito, and I'm not alone. Yes, I have with me the sensational, brilliant, and handsome Moyo Adebi as my co-host. Good morning.
Oh
How
my
are
God,
you?
good morning. Thank you so much, Swift. Oh, it's so warm.
Yes, we're embracing the warmth of
That's
Africa.
right, that's right.
You do look good today. How was
Thank
your
you
night?
so much. It was a good night, and I hope that everybody watching had a good night as well.
I hope so. So I always ask the first question, what's that thing about Africa that you love so much? Because the show is Just Africa. We are all Africans. Yeah.
I mean, from many perspectives, from the perspective of diversity, you know, we're all so different, and it's always so weird to me when you see, you know, foreigners speak about Africa like we're a monolith, like it's just one group of people. We're very different, so many different cultures, so many different values, and I think that's something beautiful. From also an economic point of view, the resources that we have in Africa.
Chicken and the river needs to take it up. Chicken and the river needs to take it up.
Yeah.
So still talking about, you know, Africa and everything Africa has to do. We're excited about Chike. There used to be a book I used to read called Chike and the River, and I really need Chike to take it up at this point in time so that I can do what I have to do. Since Chike and the River does not understand what we are saying, let's get down to it. So in today's era where digital transformation is the new key to African development, we're talking about something that touches us all. African development is key when it comes to structure and everything that is there. We're going to be discussing something very touchy. We're talking on entrepreneurship and the role Africa plays in entrepreneurship, the role digital transformation and infrastructure plays in Africa when it comes to entrepreneurship and what entrepreneurship is all about in Africa. So the first question I want to ask you is, what do you think is key for entrepreneurship growth in Africa? There are some things that are on my mind. We are talking of loans, financing.
Yeah.
Financing is always the biggest challenge when it comes to entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs claim that, look, to get finance is always difficult for them.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I do agree, and even talking about getting loans from like banks, you know, the interest rates, they are a bit high. We're also talking about, even if it's funding from government and even aids, there seem to be a lot of bottlenecks in accessing these funds. funds, even if it's donations. You know, so the young, especially for young entrepreneurs and of course women in business, it seems to be harder for them to access capital, and that's the first step.
I love the way where you said women in business. Yes, a lot of women feel they are being marginalized.
Exactly, yes. You know, it feels like it's a lot easier when you're like sort of like an established man and you're going to seek funding. People seem to take you a lot more seriously.
Yes.
But these are the bottlenecks that we need to strip bare if we're really going to grow the African economy.
Someone else has also talked about the barrier of trade, language, and communication, currency. Thank God for the whole ECOWAS system that seems to help it, but it still exists. Of course, on the flip side of this is where they talk about the importance of African entrepreneurs embracing change. So talking about change, we are looking at technology because we want to see the role technology plays. And in technology, there are AI tools now that can help you trade with someone in Ghana as if he's right beside you. There are AI tools that can make you trade with someone in Senegal, Ethiopia, that don't speak your language. Also, we are looking at the fact that Africa needs to go from a selling to become a major processing power. Looking at cocoa, you see that we just sell the raw products out. We are not getting the value of what? So cocoa is like a $1.8 billion industry, and Africans are only receiving 6%, and we make up 75% of cocoa production in the world, for the world, because we are selling raw. So they go there, they manufacture, they produce, and they touch it, and they sell it back to us. Now, all these things are affecting entrepreneurs. Of course, we have to talk about embracing green energy, electricity. What do you think affects entrepreneurs when you're looking at green energy and electricity?
My goodness.
Nigeria has a case study.
Yes, nice. I think you've actually even said it all. You know, there seems to be, I don't know if I don't want to use the word a curse, but it's just a way where in Africa we're very extractive. You know, we're very dependent on just the raw minerals and not even processing them. And then we look at it, okay, you get gold, you export it, they process it, and they sell it at over 100 times the value that they used to extract it in the first place. And that's why it seems like Africa is on the shorter end of the stick when it comes to international trade. And it now also feels like the Western world know what they are doing.
They know what they are doing.
And that's why they will not come once every now and then and say, okay, we'll give you a little aid here, we'll give you a little aid here, so they still look like the good guy, like the big brother and the good guy. But that's where we need to wake up. And I would say that when it comes to the startup landscape in Africa, they've sort of hacked it in a sense where they fostered an ecosystem that is supportive to everybody. You see them doing international mixers in Kenya. You see founders from Nigeria, founders from Ghana. Everybody's going there. It's a think tank. They get to know each other. They know how they can leverage and how they can create synergy with their businesses. So these are the things we need to foster: a better ecosystem that works for everybody in Africa as one.
Talking about a better ecosystem that works for Africa and everybody as one, I want to take you guys on a very beautiful break. And because I have a guest that is waiting at the other side, he's going to be talking to us via social media, so he's not going to be present in the studio, and we're going to have him on Zoom. His name is Mr. Peter Adebola. Do not go anywhere. When we come back from the break, we will be discussing with him live. Don't forget, we are still talking about the role that entrepreneurs play in the growth of Africa. My name is Swift Derito, and this is Just Africa.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas, and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Of course, everything that is Africa, we discuss it here. Of course, this is still Souqnews Television. My name is Swift Aderito, and I'm not alone in the studio. I have the very handsome and amazing Moyo Adebi. Moyo, how are you doing today?
I'm good. You make me feel so good. I'm good to be here. Yeah.
All right, talking about being good to be here, we also have somebody who is intelligent and brilliant, and this is our guest who's going to be doing justice to the topic. His name is Mr. Peter Adebola, and Peter Adebola is the managing director of Edgefield Capital Management Limited. Of course, he has a trading license and a holder of the Nigerian. He is also a holder of the Nigerian Stock Exchange Limited Institute of NASD PLC, and a dealing member of the firm of the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. Mr. Peter, we are so excited to have you in the building. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm happy to be here today.
So my name is Swift, and of course my colleague is Moyo. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Yes. All right, so today basically we are talking about the hindrances or the things that help or limit the growth of entrepreneurs in Africa. We're using Nigeria as a case study. We're also talking about the role that financing plays in entrepreneurship, access to good funding, digital, and all the other things that come with tech. What's your take on that, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. When we talk about Africa, I can say that in all the continents of the world, that Africa is the most blessed continent in the whole world. The reason is this, that when you look at Africa, we have natural resources that are very, very many in different parts of Africa. We talk about mineral resources. When you talk about gold, we have it in abundance in Africa. When you talk about cobalt, when you talk about fossil fuel, platinum, palladium, we have a lot in Africa, across the countries in Africa. And when you talk about fossil fuel too, we have it plenty in Africa, most especially in Nigeria, in Angola. You will see that we are the top leading countries in the world when we are talking about all these minerals, all these natural resources. And not that alone, God has blessed Africa with good arable land that we can actually use to do farming. So there is no reason why in Africa the hunger that is prevailing should actually be happening. And not that alone, in Africa, God has even blessed us with, forests. We have, series of big trees where we can extract something that can develop our minerals. How about iron ore? How about, all other minerals? Now, but when we are looking at entrepreneurship in Africa, that's the thing that we need to do, and we need to put certain things in place in order to make us to harness this opportunity that God has given us in Africa. And my own take is this, that all our leaders in Africa, they need to come together and see what they can do to actually harness all these resources in order to make Africa a prosperous continent.
Thank you so much. Brilliantly answered. Moyo, I know you have a question for him.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Adebola. I think you've put it very succinctly that we do have the capacity to do so much more. I would like your take, your own professional and expert assessment of the state of entrepreneurship in Africa, especially as it relates to the youth, because they are the next generation of entrepreneurs who are going to take Africa to the next level. So what is your assessment of the current state of entrepreneurship in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. No, you see, Nigeria generally, or let me say Africa generally, we are very enterprising, but we have some limiting factors that are delimiting us, and that is why that entrepreneurial capacity is not showing. Now, look at it. Let me give you an example of our highly referred Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Now, look at him now. He's building a refinery that is one of the largest in the world. He's an African person, and some other people. Look at Abdul Samad Rabiu, also, becoming a cement giant in Africa. Look at our Jivadenuga, for Glo, competing with MTN and others in the world. You will see that Africa, we actually have that entrepreneurial capability. But there are some limiting factors that are actually affecting us. And that is why our African leaders need to come together to make sure that they resolve all this. What are these things that I want to talk about? Number one is that we have the problem of infrastructure in Africa. So the infrastructure is number one problem that we have. Why you will see that even so many people that want to actually go into manufacturing, the infrastructure is not there, such as electricity. We don't have constant electricity that can probably power all these machines that we can use for manufacturing in Nigeria. They are not there. Then another thing is transportation. You will agree with me that our means of transportation in Africa is not even as good. Even Nigeria, if you go outside Lagos and you go to some places, you will see bad roads everywhere. And these are one of the aids to trade that can make manufacturing sector perform very well. So we have this. And again, in terms of digital innovation, the question is the broadband that we have in order to provide internet that can facilitate smooth trading or smooth trade of goods and services across Africa. We don't have it. How many people in Africa actually have access to internet? Population of Africa now is about 1.55 billion people in Africa. The question is, how many people actually have access to this internet facility? I can tell you that probably between 18 and 20%. So you see that we have a long way to go in Africa, and these are the things that we can do. Now we are just trying to make sure that we do market integration, starting from financial market first, before we now go into other integration. And thank God for AFTA, that is African Continental Free Trade Area, that we are trying to have now, that is going to make the markets in Africa to be joined together and remove the barriers for trade among us in Africa. So all these things we need to put in place. We need to look at the challenges that all these programs are facing And when we iron out the challenges, then Africa is now on the right path to grow and compete with other continents of the world. Don't let us forget, India took it upon themselves that yes, they want to do. Yes, they are the largest continent in the world now, but you see that
I'm with you.
I'm with you, sir.
Sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. There was a glitch, but we're back.
Corrected that. Okay. So, like we were saying, that we need to put all these things in place in Africa in order for us to be able to grow our economy. And as I said earlier on, Africa has everything everything it takes to make us to be the greatest economy in the whole world. All our leaders just need to come together to make sure that we put all these things in place. And more importantly, the security. We also need to put it in place in Africa so that we can harness all the resources that we have in Africa to make us go. What does it take us? If we have all this infrastructure, we have digital access, we have internet facility, there is market integration, we can have mechanized farming cut across Africa, we can feed the whole world.
Yes, talking about building the whole world, sir. I know that you're the managing director of Field Capital Management. I want to ask you, what does your firm, what advice or what build-up can you say that your firm adds to entrepreneurs in Africa using your firm where you manage as a case study for Nigeria?
Okay, you know that our firm, we play in the financial market, okay? Most especially, we play in the capital market. And as you know, capital market is the pivot of all economic growth across Africa. So we also, as an organization, we join our other colleagues in the market and also our regulators to make sure that there is integration. If you have been checking the news, and which you people are also promoting, that we are trying to have West African market integration first, where all the financial markets in Africa, they are going to come together, and when they come together, there will be free flow of capital from one country to the other. And then companies in Africa that are big enough, that can be listed, where people can freely trade their shares, they can be listed. So when we have this market integration, it's going to make us to be able to consolidate the economy of Africa, and that one will facilitate free flow of capital so that capital can move from the surplus area to the area where there are deficits. And people will be able to come to the market to raise capital. With this, is going to engender growth in all these companies that we are talking about. But don't let us leave the issue of topic that we are talking about the entrepreneur, because entrepreneur will need to form all these organizations. When they form it, then they can now bring other people as investors into all these companies. And when they bring investors to it, they become large, they become big, they can compete with all other companies in the world, and more shareholders can come in. And we, as capital market operators, or those of us who call financial intermediaries, we can actually work with them to raise capital for them, to expand their businesses, to have new lines of businesses that can engender growth and foster employment in Africa, and thereby grow the gross domestic product of Africa, in which our economy is going to be a very great one across the globe.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Adebola, I love that you are very particular about not putting the cart before the horse. You brought it back to the entrepreneurs because they are the first point of call. We talk a lot now about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. From your expert view, how can entrepreneurs here leverage, especially in Nigeria, how can they leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to grow their businesses and create impact?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you very much, sir. You see, when we talk about AFTA, you understand, it provides a platform for any entrepreneur to have a bigger market. Okay, so when you have bigger market, of course, then you have a place to sell your product. Let me give you an example. Look at our banks, the banking sector now. You will see that the banking sector, they have moved out of the shore of Nigeria, and they are in different parts of Africa now. So with this, the banking sector, the banking services are being provided along this area and then connected to Nigeria. So also, any entrepreneur, let's say from Nigeria now, that want to have businesses in all other parts of Africa, it's not going to be a problem for them in moving their capital from Nigeria to, maybe you want to move to Angola, or you want to move to Gambia, or you want to go to Rwanda, or you want to go to South Africa. It's no longer going to be a problem like it used to be, because we have some of our banks that can render that services to you. The only thing that you now need to do is actually to follow the rules and regulations that will enable you to set up your businesses in all those areas. Now that we are having this African Continental Trade Area Agreement, whereby there can be free flow of goods and services, and there will be no barrier as such, you understand? So it will enable the entrepreneur in one country to be able to go and establish his business. You remember that the country was even asking Dangote recently to come and establish a cement factory in their own country. Why? Because of this opportunity. So if Dangote should do that, that is going to also increase the capacity of the company. So likewise, the small investors too, they can go through this avenue to actually expand their business across this Africa, and they are going to have bigger markets. Because before AFTA started, the only market they have is Nigeria. Now they are opening up all other markets in Africa. So this provides a platform for them to be able to sell their product or goods and services, whatever the case may be. So it's going to provide a platform for them. And don't forget that even in some of these countries, the labor might be cheaper than what they have in Nigeria. And they may even have, more margin in whatever they are doing. And that one is going to actually promote their businesses wherever they establish them in Africa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. You have been fantastic. So I want to ask a question. And some people have said that education is key. What role do you think that education plays and enlightenment in developing entrepreneurs and opens a bigger market for them in Nigeria and Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, education is very, very important. In fact, there is nothing we can achieve without education. And because that is where we get knowledge, that is where our heart is open for inspiration, through which we can actually develop. So now, just like you said, the leaders in Africa, we should be able to come up together, that they should make sure that the level of literacy in Africa is much higher than what we have now. Even in Nigeria now, you will see that in some parts of the country, the level of literacy is very low. In some part of the country, is very high. So the leaders in Africa, they must make sure that we increase the level of literacy. Not just that people are literate, but the quality of education that we are having need to improve. You understand, our children are running out of the country, they are running out of Africa to Europe, to America, to do this, to look for knowledge. So if our leaders can come up together, let us also develop our own continent and make sure that we have good level of education. It's achievable. I will tell you this, that in the olden days, People used to come from different parts of the world to come and study in some of the big universities that we have. I graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University. I came to know this, that you see some people coming from other countries to come and study in Obafemi Awolowo University, even when we were there, let alone when it was University of Ife there. So these are the things that our government need to plan, that education must be a priority, and not just education that can facilitate growth of our economy. Education that has to go with digital development, in where that can facilitate the growth of our industry. Those are the things that we need to encourage. And not that alone, we have to also have what we call exchange program across Africa. So it used to happen among universities in those days. I don't know for now, where they will send some people from here to other parts of the continent, where there is an exchange program. We should still continue to have that. And with that, there'll be knowledge sharing. When we have knowledge sharing, there'll be transfer of knowledge from one country to the other in Africa, and that is going to facilitate our growth. And not that alone, our people need to be educated. The level of financial literacy need to increase so as for our people to be able to have knowledge that is going to make us to have our homegrown technology that is going to suit our purpose for the level of development we want to achieve.
Wow, thank you very much, sir. I couldn't have expected anything less. I also want to ask, some people have said that mentorship is a problem in Africa when it comes to entrepreneurs, that overseas, their counterparts overseas are mentored. So young people, maybe you are going to fashion, an older person in fashion sees it as their right to just ensure that they are teaching you one or two things. But in Nigeria, it's the other way around. Do you think mentorship is one of the things that is playing or is mitigating against entrepreneurs in Nigeria and Africa? Good mentorship, sir.
Yes, I totally align myself with that, because there is no new thing under heaven that anybody wants to achieve. And we have to realize that whatever you want to achieve, some people are already there before you. The only thing is that you need to study under them. When you study under them, then you can now improve what they have done. In order for you to also add your own name or your own knowledge, you have to contribute to knowledge. But there is nobody that has ever achieved anything without a mentor. Everybody has his own mentor. I have my own mentor. I have those people that are mentoring me, even up to now. You yourself, I'm sure you have your own mentors. So mentoring is something that is very, very important in order for us to grow. And in Africa, we must encourage it. Even in Nigeria, we must do it. On our little way, we used to go, to secondary schools and some other places, just to encourage our young ones, to make them to see, to inspire them about what the future is. Some of them have taken us to be their mentors. When they want to do things, they will ask us questions. Okay, how do we do this? How do we do that? And we'll explain to them. They are moving faster. So if you want to move faster in any profession, any career that you have in this world, you need to have mentors. That is why mentorship and mentoring is very, very important. It's something that we need to do, cut across our all facets of the economy that we have, cut across all our career development, cut across every aspect of our organization. There is need for us to actually put that in place. And of course, some private schools and private universities now, I know that's part of the program that they have. They have mentoring, they have mentorship arrangements, whereby they invite people to come and talk to their students, and they also take the student to them in order for them to get this mentoring and mentorship. When we do this, it's actually going to help us, and it's going to develop our economy as well as the country in general, so that the social well-being of the citizens, and then we also have the financial well-being of everybody within our country.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Moyo has a very, very important question to ask you. Yes, Moyo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Adebola. I mean, you've spoken a lot about, education and sort of like changing having a mind shift, especially for young entrepreneurs. They need mentorship, obviously. But how do we ensure that we don't leave the people in the rural areas behind in things like this? Because many of them do not have access to to education. They don't have access to internet in the first instance. What is the way forward in ensuring we don't leave them behind and we keep them on this train, this momentum to impact entrepreneurship in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. For me, the way I will approach it is this, that we need to be intentional. If we actually want to do this, we actually need to be intentional about it. And what do I mean by intentional? You see, we need to look at, starting from the time that the children are in elementary school. That's when we're supposed to start it, before they grow up. And as they grow up, these things will be going with them. So we have to start from the elementary school, where we are going to start this mentoring program. By the time a child is getting out of primary school, you can identify his capability. When he gets to secondary school, then you know more about the child before he becomes an adult. So with that, you will see if we need to look at overall curriculum of our education in Nigeria. And I think government can put this one there so that it will happen. And let me also say this, even in the university.
Mr. Peter, thank you so much. Please, we need to go on a quick break because there's something we need to run. Please hold that thought. Do not go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms and ensure you're commenting if you're watching live. We're taking you on this quick break. I'm still in the building. Of course, Moyo is still here. Mr. Peter is still ready to dish out all the information you need to know about building a successful entrepreneurial career in Nigeria and Africa. Do not go anywhere.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudiescenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We can never underplay the role that digital infrastructure and economy plays in the push of entrepreneurship to the next level. Welcome to Just Africa. My name is Swift Derrito, and I'm not alone on the program today. I have with me my co-host, or my co-anchor, Moyo Adebi. Moyo, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much, Swift. It's been a very informative show, and thank you to Mr. Adebola for that.
So if you're just joining us, we also have a guest who is our third wheel today. And of course, we have Peter Adebola. He has been doing a fantastic job. Vizon. Mr. Adebola, welcome back. How are you doing, sir? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. We've been enjoying you. So yes, before we went on a break, you were speaking about how the people in the urban areas shouldn't leave the people in the rural area when it comes to development, mentorship, and entrepreneurship. Please, can we carry on from where you stopped, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. What I said earlier on was that this mentorship and mentoring that we are talking about, that there is need for us to actually be intentional about them. And what I mean is that we need to look at our curriculum, right from our primary school to secondary school, even to the university level, and even post-university level. We need to look at that. If we start doing that right from the primary school, we'll be able to see the potential that some of these children have, and then up to the secondary school level, and then before they go into higher institutions. And even after in higher institutions, I mean, when they are in higher institutions, we can also harness, this program we are talking about, mentorship and mentoring, to be able to know where and where. Let me tell you this. If you look at let's use our sport, for instance, you will see that in the past in Nigeria, we have never gotten it wrong for our under-17 players, because they started watching all those children right from the time they are young. And when they want to select the best for the country, you will see that when we go for competition, we always win. And under-17 of Nigeria in those days used to be the best. Why? Because they started the mentoring and mentorship of all those children from the time they were young. They caught them young. They coach them. They mentor them. And what is the outcome? Success. So if we can do that in sports, why can't we do it in all other aspects of our economy? Why can't we do that? You know, there are some children that they have very good talent that if you look at some of the people in the entertainment industry today, you will see that they caught them young, they mentor them, they train them, and look at what they have become today. You see, you will see that the youth are the ones that are actually driving the economy and everything. And that is why we need to take this mentorship and mentoring very seriously if we actually want to achieve our goal in all spheres of our economy. And again, I want to say this, that when you look at the top universities in the world, you will see that they always do something. And what do? Is that they invite industry professionals, people that have succeeded in their career, to come and give talks to undergraduates, to people at the master's level, even at PhD level. So you will see that with that, the development in those areas are very, very fantastic and are very great. We are promoting something now that there should be a kind of Ghana and town meetings. That is, the academic and those people in the industry, they need to be having meetings together. They need to be working together in order for us to grow our economy. While the academics, they have to contribute their own knowledge through their research work, then those people in the industry will be able to come up with the challenges or the practice that they are doing in their industry. And when the Ghana and town meet, you will now see that we'll be able to move forward in our economy. And it's going to be great and fantastic. And when we begin to mentor those people that are already in school, to encourage them what they are going to face and how they can navigate their ways through when they finish their education, it will be easier for them. They'll be able to know where to go. They will not be seeing people roaming around the street again and with increasing level of employment, because they have been mentored, they have been tutored, they have seen somebody that will show them the way to go when they finish their school. And we will see that this is going to go a long way to actually solve some of the problems that we are having today. Because some children, when they grow up, they don't have mentors. That's why you see some of them join Boko Haram, join all this banditry and all the rest. When you look at them, you see these are people that if they are trained well, they can harness their power to actually better the economy, rather than the vices and evils that they are committing within the country.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, because I really agree with what you say. At the end of the day, it does boil down to education and for these entrepreneurs to be fully equipped with knowledge. But do you think that we need to, at this point, rethink the entire educational structure as it relates to entrepreneurship? Do we need more incubation hubs? Do we need more STEM facilities? Things like this to truly educate. Because, I mean, we did entrepreneurship in secondary school. I know we did that in secondary school. But
speak for yourself.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think I did that in secondary school.
Okay.
But I still feel like there's sort of like a disconnect, especially because times are changing. Tech is moving so much faster. Tech development is moving so much faster. So do we need to really rethink the whole thing from top to bottom?
Okay, thank you very much, Moyo. You see, people that actually design various levels of education, they have their reasons for doing that, and the reasons are very clear and practicable. You see, we need various levels of education. I can assure you of that. And of course, while many people are saying, in fact, when you look at social media nowadays, people will be talking to you. You don't need to have university education. You don't need this thing. All you don't just need to do is to go for vocational study. And when you have vocational study, you can make more money. It's not about everything is not about money making. It is about growth and development. Now, when you look at all those higher institutions that we have now, they are citadel of learning, where they train people on how to conduct research in different areas. Because without research, you can't discover new things. And when you don't discover new thing, you can't move forward. You will just be where you are. Look at your organization now. See the kind of redesigning that you have done. It's born out of research. Somebody will have to sit down and say, the way we have been doing things, we can do it better, we can do it better this way. Maybe he has read it somewhere, he has seen it somewhere, he has learned it somewhere, and that is what is happening. So within, and this can only be done when we have people that are training people in their mind and everything. So to me, all those high level of education, they should still be there because they are the one giving us new insights into so many things. Look at, let me say, before now, there was nobody sat down to say, okay, let us develop all these internet, what have you that we have now. Some of them, yes, we have some people that are naturally talented, but some people in the university, in higher education, told them that, okay, this thing that you want to do it this way is going to be better. We can help you to facilitate this way. And that is how they come around everywhere in the globe. So the Saturday of higher learning, they are very, very important and they are very crucial because of the research work that they are carrying out year in, year out. Let me tell you something. If our leaders, if they work with the university, and that's why we are promoting GAN and town meetings all the time. Town means those in the industry, GAN means those people in the academics. If they are working together and they are making use of the researches that they have done, our country will have moved further than this. Because before you can conduct any research, you look at the problem that is existing, you identify the solution, you know what the problems are, what are the causes of the problem, you analyze the problem, and then you prefer solution. We'll have gone far. Then the one that people are doing, okay, I can use the little things that I'm going to learn from here, I can do, it's also good. Because not everybody does not have equal capacity. We have different capacity that people have. And whatever capacity you have, we must learn how to develop it and have a mentor. Even if you are stopping at a vocational school, when you finish your vocational school, you must still have a mentor who is going to put you through in what you are going to do in the industry or in your chosen occupation, so that you'll be able to get better and then know more about the work that you are doing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adebola. This has been a very, very insightful conversation. But I have a question to ask. There's a school of thought who feels that the policy towards entrepreneurs, especially the small-scale entrepreneurs, is pretty difficult. They feel that the big guns, like the Dangotes and, the other bigger people, government seems to embrace them more and make life a bit easier for them when it comes to policies. But the younger man on the streets, the woman that is selling akara by the side, and the boy who has a small furniture company, that the policies of government are a little difficult. I want to ask you, in your opinion, do you think government needs to do more for the younger entrepreneurs when it comes to policies?
Okay. Please, I need you to repeat that question very well because I didn't hear it very well.
Okay, so we are talking about the importance of policy when it comes to the younger or the smaller entrepreneurs, the woman selling akara by the side, the boy that has a small furniture company. And these people claim that the government seems to favor the bigger entrepreneurs like the Dangotes, the bigger companies, but they that are the rock of the economy, although they are small, government policies seem to be a little harsher towards them. What's your take on this, and what can be done to make it better?
Okay. I will answer it this way, sir, madam. That you see, the space is for everybody to develop to the level you want to develop to. Dangote, in the past, you see that it wasn't as if Dangote started from when he was born to get to the level that he has gotten to now, where, thank God for him, But what I would say is that everybody needs to determine in his own mind what he wants to achieve and work along with it. Then government will now be able to support that. One of the things that we are canvassing government to do for us is actually that there will be availability of credit everywhere, and cheap credit for that matter. And in all honesty, the current administration that we have in power now is trying its best to make sure they address this issue. But we need to do more. What do I mean? We have the back of industry now that is there that can support anybody that is an entrepreneur. The only thing they will not do is that they will not give you cash and say, go and do whatever you want to do. But if you have a good business plan of what you want to do, either a small scale business, medium scale business, they are ready to support you, provided you can get a nice proposal that they can finance. Not that alone. We also have development banks that can also support this. So all these structures are there to support people. But the question is, are people actually, are they aware of all these things? And where some people are aware of these things, some people don't even believe that they are working. And that is the challenge. Meanwhile, they are working. So make a try. You have a business plan. You know what you want to do as an entrepreneur. Take steps. Seek for advisor that can advise you. And that is where you said the issue of mentorship and mentoring comes in. Okay, this is idea I have. I want to see how I can bring this idea out. They can do it. You will see some people. When you begin to talk to people, before you talk to 7 persons, you know somebody that can help you in somewhere and some places that will direct you to the right thing to do. And you can get this facility. It's for every Nigerian. It's not for certain category of people. But the thing is that you need to know who is going to guide you properly. And that is why I like the question that you asked about mentorship and mentoring. Somebody that has done it before can guide you. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. And you will see that all those entrepreneurs on the streets that we are talking about, if they can do what they ask them to do, which is not difficult, even if you don't know how to do it, there will be some people that will be available to assist you in doing all these things. There are some people that are small scale businesses advisor. They would do it for you. Or small, medium scale financial advisor. So there are some people that are rendering that kind of services. You can go to them. They will help you to package your business in such a way that you can have access to the credit that we're having. And again, government needs to do more. It's supposed not to be only bank of the industry that will be doing this. We can have some smaller banks that are going to be, backed up by government that can make all these credits available for people at interest rate that is not too high. With this, it's going to engender, growth and development. That is what they are doing. If you look at what happened in India, that is the way India started their industrial revolution. The same thing China. So we can copy from all those people. Credit is very, very important in any business development. And with this, if we can encourage it in Nigeria, I so much believe that we are going to achieve our economic aim and objective in order to grow it and then beyond Nigeria to other parts of Africa.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we need to tell you that we need to bring you back again because you have this wealth of experience and intelligence that we still need to tap in. So please, you need to promise us that when we call on you next time, you will be part of the show, sir.
I will be there by God's grace.
Thank you so much. Time is no more on our side. We really don't want to go, do we?
No, we don't.
But the time has run out. So I want to say thank you again, sir. We really enjoyed having you, Mr. Peter Adebola. Thank you, and God bless you, sir. All right, so Moyo,
yes.
Amazing conversation.
Amazing, very
what's your last take or your last advice for young entrepreneurs out there? Yes.
I think they need to stay equipped and educated. There's no alternative for knowledge. You know, so you have to stay equipped. You also have to know that as Mr. Adebola has said, there's nothing you're looking to do that hasn't been done before. So tap into the knowledge, the experience, and the synergy of those who have been in that field. Learn from them, leverage from their experience, and there's nothing that comes your way that you wouldn't be able to surmount.
Yes, talking about leveraging from your experience. Today we have been talking about creating an atmosphere where entrepreneurs can thrive. My name is Swift Aderito, and I haven't done it alone. I've done it with the handsome Moyo Adebeye. Of course, this is Just Africa, and the show comes up from Mondays to Fridays from 8:30 to 9:30. So please ensure you are a part of it. Like I always say, buy Africa, grow Africa, think Africa. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on The Uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused. It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation, and then I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikirieku. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start with, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed, I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala are the same. We have a lot.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Aliyu San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had an engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 100,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister, Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister, Omi Abes, was there. And also, over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended. Because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions. Because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its grades in that area so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency. And also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPC as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contracts, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees, to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen asset that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some you will find out after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court. Even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the trend. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mention is, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be digged in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you're not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds have been taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete sign an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number Number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court is because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there's societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day. You'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government. Because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, Ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him being appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. in the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window of a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter. We covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they would tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them. But you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say, Amukun eru ewo, oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Or almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? a substation is ready in Akure, for instance, a 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-leave issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
you have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? Or what will it do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to...
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world, in Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Burj.
A pleasant afternoon to you. It's the Midday News on Souqnews Television, and we are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. On the news, President Bola Tinubu has unveiled the Renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program, distributing 2,000 advanced tractors, 50 land preparation bulldozers, 12 mobile workshops, and over 9,000 farming implements. The initiative aims to cultivate 550,000 hectares, generate over 2 million metric tons of food, create 16,000 jobs, and transform Nigeria into a global agricultural powerhouse. Speaking in Abuja, Tinubu emphasized the program's role in strengthening food security, job creation, and youth empowerment through a technical partnership with Belarus for training in machine operation and repairs. The initiative includes global positioning, system-based tracking for accountability, and financing support to boost productivity across Nigeria's farming sector. Nigeria's Finance Minister Wale Edun has announced that government revenue rose to 6.9 trillion naira between January and April 2025, marking a 40% increase from 5.2 trillion naira in 2024. Speaking at the second quarter citizens and stakeholders engagement in Abuja, Edun credited the surge to reforms dismantling the black market for dollars, fiscal discipline, and technology-driven revenue collection. The minister explained that liberalizing the foreign exchange market has closed the gap between official and parallel rates, eliminated rent-seeking, and restored investor confidence. Nigeria's external reserves have grown from $3 billion to over $23 billion, while debt service to revenue ratio dropped from 150% to 60%. International rating agencies have upgraded Nigeria's credit rating, reflecting the House of Representatives has ordered the Nigeria Customs Service to stop collecting the Comprehensive Import Suspension Scheme levy from January 30, 2025. Chairman of the House Committee on Customs and Excise, Leke Abejide, said the levy lacks legal backing and must be discontinued. He also queried why the service has been unable to fund its personnel, overhead, and capital projects, despite exceeding its 2024 revenue target by over 1 trillion naira. Lawmakers criticized customs for continuing with the Comprehensive Import Suspension Scheme levy, which they say was introduced by the military and never passed by Parliament. Abejide warned that any attempt to collect the levy after June 30 would face legal action. The Nigerian Customs Controller General Adewale Adeniyi responded that stakeholder sensitization was on the way and admitted the service received no revenue from the controversial levy in 2024. Meanwhile, lawmakers raised concerns over poor budget performance. Despite generating 6.11 trillion naira in 2024, Customs reported just over 43% funding for personnel and under 46% for both overhead and capital projects. To boost revenue and plug leakages, the service say it will intensify anti-smuggling efforts, review tax policies, and prioritize staff training and recruitment. Still on the media news, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced plans to increase tariffs for all service providers at its airports, aiming to boost revenue and cover rising operational costs. Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria Director of Commercial and Business Development, Adebola Agunbiade, assured that affected businesses will be notified early to enable proper planning. Also, FAN will fully automate its payment system, eliminating cash transactions to improve transparency and accountability. Managing Director Olubukun Mekoko emphasized that automation will simplify payments, enhance infrastructure, and strengthen revenue monitoring, while warning against unlicensed activities and security risks within airport premises. And in a diplomatic move, the Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, and his wife, Maria Alckmin, arrived in Nigeria earlier today for the second session of the Nigeria-Brazil Strategic Dialogue Mechanism. They were received at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by top Nigerian government officials, including the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hadeja, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Odowole, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, and the Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Maha. The visit is seen as a major step in strengthening Nigeria's South-South diplomatic ties, and it's expected to result in key policy agreements across various sectors. According to Senator Hadeja, the dialogue supports the renewed hope agenda of the Tinubu administration, with Brazil's strengths in agribusiness, energy transition, and industrial growth aligning with Nigeria's development goals. The three-day summit is expected to end with the signing of over 30 memoranda of understanding in areas such as defense, agriculture, energy, and cultural exchange. And now the United States mission in Nigeria has issued a security alert advising American citizens to avoid all military and government facilities in Abuja, citing rising global tensions, particularly in the Middle East. The embassy restricted staff and their families from unofficial visit to Nigerian government or military locations. Americans were also urged to avoid large gatherings, remain vigilant in public spaces, and review personal safety plans. This warning follows the United States State Department's global caution as conflict escalates between Israel and Iran after American airstrikes targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Tehran threatened retaliation against United States military base across the Middle East. Despite the tension, United States consular services in Abuja and Lagos remain operational. And that's the news on Souqnews Television. We say thank you for watching. Do not forget, Souq Business Landscape comes up in a bit. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs. fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Tenor was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles' heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Good day and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your trusted guide to forces shaping business, economy, and development across Nigeria and around the globe. I am Oyinpriye Krumale, and today we bring you a compelling mix of policy shifts, revenue ambitions, and environmental regulations and global economic strategies that will impact businesses, jobs, and investment in an era where technology, trade, and policy converge to determine the health of economies. Our job is to unpack these stories, not just for headlines, but for meaning, connecting the dots between government actions, corporate responses, and the lived experiences of consumers and citizens. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are watching and listening to us from. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale once again, and today's panel, will I call it, is it's a men's world, if I can say that. Chooks, is it not? Welcome to the show.
Well, yes, but the women shape it.
The women shape it?
Definitely they do.
Okay. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. For everyone out there, it's SBL, and I will tell my French brothers bonjour and welcome to SBL. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Thanks for having me.
Olumide.
So glad to be on Souq Business. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's get talking.
Okay. And the institution and think tank, all in one entity.
Nice again to be here. We just make it real.
Just make it real.
Yeah. I like that.
The oracles have spoken.
Well, on what to expect on today's program, Nigeria's aviation sector is taking a new turn as the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria announces a plan to increase tariffs while fully automating its payment system. The move is aimed at improving operational efficiency and boosting revenue. But what does it mean for airline operators, travelers, and airport businesses? Away from that, we'll move on to the Nigerian Senate, where they are demanding more from the Nigerian Customs Service, rising its revenue target for 2025. Significantly, we will break down the implications of the push, and can customs deliver, and what will be the ripple effect on imports, port operations, and prices. And from there, we'll move on to Lagos. A well-meaning environmental policy has raised economic alarm, and the bells are ringing as the state government begins implementation of a plastic ban. Nearly 90% of jobs in the recycling and packaging value chain could be affected. And this is a case of climate ambition versus economic reality. And lastly, of course, across the Atlantic, the United States is doubling down on semiconductor self-sufficiency with a massive $50 billion stimulus package to bolster its chip industry. We explore how this move will affect global tech supply chains, manufacturing, competitiveness, and potential ripple effects for the African markets. You know what? We're going to break. When we return, we'll get into the business of the day. A Souq business landscape reaching you live from our studios at Souq Television. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced plans to increase tariffs for all service providers at its airports, aiming to boost revenue and cover rising operational costs. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria of Commercial and Business Development, Adebola Agumbiade, assured that the affected businesses will be notified early to enable proper planning. Additionally, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria will fully automate its payment systems, eliminating cash transactions to improve transparency and accountability. The Managing Director, Olubunmi Kuku, emphasized that the automation will simplify payments and enhance infrastructure and strengthen revenue monitoring, while warning against unlicensed activities and security risks within the airport premises. First of all, I was looking through some of the revenue-generating services that FAN, capitalizes on, and I see that there were quite a few of them. But the ones that are associated to aeronautical service operations, about 92%, how they generate their income. Just 8% for non-aeronautic operations. But in foreign climes, 40% for non-aeronautic operations. That's how they generate their income, and about 60%. So I was wondering why the balance. Well, maybe depending on the peculiarity of the client. So first of all, Chooks, let me come to you. What can you draw out of this?
What I can draw out of this is that for dog that flies in, day out.
Yes, Rwanda today, Benin Republic tomorrow, UAE the next week, and back to Burkina Faso.
Prepare your budget and tell the accountant downstairs that things are not going to be the same. I'm happy on one side, but 90% I'm not happy about this. Okay. Because it's going to boil down to the pockets of the flyer. And sadly, for we on this side of the divide, we pay more than even our African brothers, our West African brothers, to fly same route, same destination. Now, FAN is saying they are going to increase tariff for businesses. Now they are shying away from telling you directly, because who does most of the business in FAN facilities? Is the airlines. Now, we are also having an issue, just like you said. Airports are not just built for traveling alone. Airports are tourist sites. Airports are places governments and nations flaunt. People come to see what's happening at the airport. Airports are places where you can also have markets. You have some free duty and all that. People just come there. They just want to see that airport. People are traveling. They will tell you, I went through Gatwick. I went through Netherlands. Just because, just to pass an airport. Can we boast of that? These are revenue earners, not just taking money from the flyer. Because whatever the airline or whoever is operating an airline business will charge it to whoever is going to use the airline, and the airline will end up charging it to who's going to fly. So fans should start looking for other ways of generating revenue other than fleecing the airlines. We pay too much of taxes on each ticket you fly with. If you look at it and see the combination of what you paid for on that ticket, over 50% is on tax, not even from the airline. So we should start looking for other revenues for fun.
If not, Nigerians are going to continue to pay.
You're paying well over 200 and something thousand if you're buying tickets to fly that same day. Now, that's too much.
Doctor.
Well, I just want to thumb up for Festus Kiamu and Madam Kuku. Excellent job. If you have used the international wing recently, Lagos, Abuja, you see the huge transformation that has happened. So they just have to be there that will say what's obtainable in Gatwick, what is obtainable in Heathrow, what is obtainable in Dubai airport. We find it in Nigeria today. And a whole lot of processes are being simplified on a daily basis. To the extent today, no more queue, we can actually scan our passport and walk through immigration, and things are getting really easy. To that very extent, and I think that they have done so well in transforming the image, because one of the big problems that you find is that when you're coming into Nigeria from the outside, you're afraid because if the aircraft arrives, you have to stay in the airport for another 1 hour before you can get clearance to get out. But all of those bottlenecks are now cleared away. And first came that, okay, like they do everywhere, trolling our own international airport today, we don't pay again. You know, before they used to collect money from us and all of all this. So, yes, trolling, yes, because we used to pay. But now I think that has been taken away. Our toilets are becoming, first class, beautiful. So, which means a lot of investments actually coming into the aviation sector. So when people do well, it's always nice to say thank you to them for doing well. And I think that what we're talking about here is how to maintain this facility over time. And maintaining this facility over time is really not to put too much burden on us. I would just extend the argument that Souq has made, which is to say, how do other people make money from the airport? It's tourism, really. So a number of people fly in. Take, for example, Dubai International Airport alone makes up to $2 billion annually from 200 million tourists that visit Dubai annually.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc. Olumide, your perspective first.
20 million, not 200. 20 million tourists.
20 million tourists.
That visit Dubai annually.
Okay.
Well, just like Doc said, thumbs up to Federal Airports Authority. Between 2023 and 2024, they recorded an internal generation revenue of about 343.87 billion, which is almost double of what 2023 figure gave, which is 155.49 billion.
Okay.
So I think in the whole joy of, we've made a whole lot of money, let's try and make more. But just like Souq said, it boils down on the person who flies. Businesses, it's going to affect the common man because people, these flight companies.
Common men don't fly.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking
about the people.
We are also going there. We are also going there.
Common men don't fly.
Common men don't fly.
Dear
fly this one, the elite.
Now, flying is not a luxury.
Are you talking about the average man or the below average?
Yeah, you see, when you say the common man on the street, many of the common men can afford ticket fee. Let's just
in
be honest.
Nigeria.
In Nigeria. So even elsewhere, not even Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
No.
In Nigeria.
Not in Nigeria.
Now,
I take, for example, in the UK, it's a luxury for people to even enter Uber cab. People use train facility. Uber is
different.
Yes, people use mass transit to travel across places, and they can be in a train for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, depending on the distance they are going to. But the point I'm making is that flight is something that is for the elite class. Okay. So why, to that very extent, in my view, and I don't think that they are taking so much from society, and if society is taking from them, it should not be a problem. So let us not use the common man concept.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to point out some of the charges that the
Olumide has not landed. I just say apologies. Because he is using common man, and I know that when the PA is negotiating, they always use that concept of common man, and it's always not the common man they are defending; they are actually defending the elite.
Yeah, but like when it comes to vote, we look for the common man.
Yeah, we vote. Yes, of course.
Okay. So Olumide, please.
Yeah. So like I said, higher fees could also discourage local operators, freight companies, and all that. And also, if they would in turn raise their own charges, which will now turn back on the common man. I was trying to say.
No common man. The elite.
Okay, he says the elite.
Let's just say you come back to those who fly.
Yes. So, yes, upgrading to an automated system is lovely. And I also feel that this revenue increase and all that, they should also use it to implement other things. For instance, you and I will talk about the operations going on, comparing Ghana airport and Nigeria airport and all that. I think they need to also, I think we should have a local carrier or international carrier. What do you think about?
Carrier.
Yes, a national carrier. If we are generating so much, let's look into that also.
Okay, so thank you very much. I want to point out a few things here. And first of all, this specific increase that the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria is trying to push out, one, is to boost revenue generation.
Yes.
Two, is to prevent fraudulent activities, most especially when they transact with cash in the international, within the premises of the airports, that itself contributes to crime. But first of all, landing fees and charges, airports, levy fees on airlines of runway uses, taxiway uses, and other essential infrastructure. These charges are often calculated based on aircraft weight and size. Now, parking fees.
Is it affected?
No, I'm coming. I'm just trying to highlight all of them. Parking fees. Airlines are charged for parking their aircraft at designated areas within the airport. Passenger service charges. Airports collect fees from passengers, often included in the ticket price for the use of the terminal facilities and services. Then the terminal rentals. Airlines and other aviation-related businesses may rent spaces within the airport for terminal operations. Then you now come to security charges. Now,
car parks also.
Yes, airports may charge airlines on passengers for security services provided at the airport, and include other charges like aircraft fueling, ground handling charges, and other operations.
Hangar uses.
All those ones are not even included.
Are they part of the increment?
Okay, so what I am surprised, Mr.
Are they part of the increment?
Of course, all these are going to be, they should reflect. However, FAN has not brought out, they just made a statement that they are going to increase tariff. They are not said that, okay, for each of these charges, we are going to increase, yes, this is what you will pay, or if the increase is going to go through all these categories of charges are just reeled out now. Okay. But the thing is this, the fact that they are getting 92% of the revenue generation from aeronautic operations themselves are questionable, which actually brings what you're talking about to line. Because if all these are raised, the airlines are going to be the ones that they will surcharge for this. And of course, they'll carry out the burden on. So if they're going to talk about looking at another alternative of charges, what are they going to be looking at? That is not going to reflect on that is not going to reflect on the people that are going to be flying.
Okay, there are definitely other revenue earners for the airport. Now, Doc has opened our eyes as the regular flyer that he is. He's a world citizen, to be precise. So he has opened our eyes that a whole lot of changes have happened. Now, these are government spending, government infrastructure, government budget, government spent. Is government expected to recoup that money? Yes, because it's supposed to run like a private place. The airport is not a charity place. It's not a social responsibility. It's not a social responsibility and like that. But let's also have in mind that the more people that fly, the more money government can make. But it should not go directly to the people. Let's give an example. Eurojet. We have Spirit Airline. We have one other one in India. This particular business model was able to bring down the cost of flying, so that even let me not say the common man. The common man has no definition. That even the lower income earning people could fly.
Okay.
Because you want to cover up a long distance in a short period of time, so you need to fly. We don't have ships anymore in Nigeria now that ferry people that far. But we can get people. Some airlines try doing it in Nigeria. I don't know if they are still in operation. The last two ones that came, let me not mention names. The one that had one beautiful agricultural color.
Okay.
This is what they are trying to do. Get people with low income to be able to fly. But now, if we take this amount of increment and put it on the ticket, it's going to be very expensive. Let's face those facts. So now, what should FAN do? FAN should look elsewhere. FAN should come and hire Dr. Idahosa as a consultant. Let him put them in a know that if we can open up our airport without fear of security, open up our airport to people like Dubai, England, there are people handling those consultants. Ask them questions. How are you doing it here? How come people are proud to come here and take memorabilia? Somebody travels and come back and what he's carrying is memorabilia from Dubai Airport, Gatwick Airport. Why can't you start having it here? So these are things that we might not really consider, but just imagine volume, 1 million, 2 million people crossing this airport that are not Nigerian regular flyers. How much the airport will be making?
Okay.
People coming to Nigeria just because of that airport.
You see, the challenge is the fact that I think ideologically disoriented a kind of. Because the people who make foreign policy do not necessarily situate policies within given frameworks. And I think that's a bigger problem that we have. There seems to be a disconnect between foreign policy or public policy makers and known theories and models that explain behaviors in a given pattern. So that's where we are missing it completely. Now, you see, when you look at tariff, for example, you look at taxes, you look at subsidies, the policy models. And the whole idea is that government is able to actually use any of this model for fiscal discipline, such that redistribution of wealth can be even. But here, the reverse is the case, because all I'm thinking is that, oh, let's make more money. And therefore, almost all agencies of government have become revenue collection center. And at the end of the day, what this boils down to is it makes it very difficult for people to actually participate. I use this analogy every time. I was in Morocco last year, and my friend was saying, you see, the problem in Africa is that we can't travel into Africa. I'd have loved to come to Nigeria. It's cheaper for me to go to Australia than to come to Nigeria.
From Morocco to Australia.
Australia than to come to Nigeria. So because the cost is massive. And what is constituting this cost is these things that you have highlighted. The airlines are paying the ticket, people are paying so much in ticket, but the money that is going back to the airline is so minute that it hardly covers their operation costs, whether they are local flights or international flights. So this is a problem. And I think that those who sit down around this table should not just be thinking about how much more money we are going to make. They should be able to do a cost-benefit analysis. How do we make this sustainable such a way that, yes, we are taking money, people can still continue to fly, those who own the aircraft can continue to operate and continue to make more money so that the country can continue to make more money in the long run. But what we have seen is that we overcharge, then of course the operations go down and the aircrafts are no longer there. They cannot replace their aircraft and then it becomes moribund. So this is the challenge that of course the policymakers need to actually zero down on so that we actually know why are we asking for more money. If it is maintenance, yes, what's the cost of maintenance? What are we maintaining? So these are the key questions that we should ask. But there's a point that I actually love in what Kuku said is the fact that they want to automate collection of revenue. I hope that starts from the toll gates.
In fact, I thank you very much for equally bringing that up. I would have wanted to, for us to go to that part. You will add this to what you want to say. Okay. So sorry. The thing is, I have been to the airport and I was told
Which of the airports?
The international airport.
Our international airport.
Our international, Murtala Mohammed International Airport. Okay. And when we're talking about, passing through, sometimes there's a specific area you want to pass through because you are expecting someone, and they're telling you it's 1,000 naira. I wasn't a driver. I was going to just walk through. I was told to bring 1,000 naira.
They were looking at your face.
No, they looked at me completely. There were other people that were told to bring money, and they told me to. They told all these people to stay back. Cars were coming in and driving in, and those cars, probably they've paid the 1,000 naira somewhere, or maybe they are not collecting from people who are using cars. So that's a problem. And if they are going to automate it, it's going to be very, very fine. Two things I want us to consider as we wrap up this particular topic is this. Kenya Airways, I have to mention. Ethiopia Airways. Because Olumide referenced the national carrier, and that has been a debate, Doc, in Nigeria for quite a while now. Why does it look like these climbs are making a success out of this, and the giant of Africa cannot do that? One. Two, why is it that when you go to the toilets in the international airport hangar, departure and arrival is different from when you want to use the local airports and you go to the restrooms?
I don't understand. Why is it different?
There's a difference.
But Doc said the restrooms now in
international airports.
Now, when I mean there's a difference, that of the international airport, of course, is different because the standard is high.
Which of the airports? MM2?
Here, yes, Lagos, here. Yes, so those two things.
I think the toilets are, from the last time I went, they're well maintained. Let me put it that way.
We are talking about the international airport.
No,
right?
MM2.
Because I have used them, and I also think that they could do better.
Okay. There's nothing that cannot be done better.
Great. So now you can go ahead and address it. And
okay. Let me follow up on what Doc was saying.
Yes.
We really want to see Festus Keyamo talk about maintenance and servicing of our aircraft here in Nigeria. The airlines and our authorities are losing a lot of money taking that particular business away from Nigeria. This is one thing they can invest in. Even if technicalities is the issue, we can bring them for it to happen here. Other African countries can now bring their own aircraft this way. You were talking about Kenyan Airlines and Ethiopian Airlines.
Yes.
Let's keep it to Ethiopian Airlines, leave Kenyan Airlines. They're suffering right now. It's all about management. There is no two ways about it. It's all about management. And when you take what belongs to government and you see it as a private thing, it's not my business. That is what a lot of government agencies have been managed over time. Before now. Right now, you are seeing an NPC that is looking a bit accountable. Was that what it was before? I don't know if you understand.
Yeah.
So until we start holding these agencies responsible or privatize them, let them be accountable. If they can't be accountable, then it will go down. Ethiopian Airlines they know.
That's a very serious idea for the company, for the country.
If you make a mistake on that side, they know what the repercussions will be. But Nigerian Airways, for those that made Nigerian Airways, for those that were pleased and fortunate to have been born and made Nigerian Airways, congratulations to them. I remember when I was in secondary school, some of my mates, they were flying free, all because their parents were working there.
They were flying free?
Yes.
Yes.
They were flying free of charge?
Yes. They will fly free of charge. They will come pick them at the end of term, or they will pick them, drop them off, and they'll fly free home. Then now
there were cases where pilots had to fly some big people girlfriend, only one person, on a passenger flight, and take him to London and wait for her to finish buying toys.
So how do you manage? How do you manage
like that?
I don't know. How do you manage a business like that? Because it's a business.
Okay.
So now tell me why it won't go down.
Okay. So Olumide. Okay. Yes. Please.
Okay. Now, this is another thing we are appealing. We are not just content creators. We create content, and several times you see, be it media organizations or be it entertainment organizations or film organizations, go to an airport and they are said, no, you cannot film here. This is money looking at you. Look at Hollywood. Do you know how much major studios pay to the airport on a yearly basis? But we don't think, just like those, we don't think towards that particular angle.
Okay.
Imagine if MM2 say, okay, if you are coming to film, we will make provision, we'll make every single provision. But if you are coming to roll cameras here for film, you are dropping $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, thank you very much. Olumide, please, if you can do that in less than a minute.
Just to buttress what he said, having a national carrier will definitely add more to our IGR. Also, like he said, other ways that we can actually generate, Federal Airport Authority can actually generate advertising. We have, hotels and conferences.
Hotels and conferences.
Imagine if you had, like hotels, lots of, maybe 2 or 3.
Owned by the government.
Owned by the government. Well maintained.
Even if it's not owned by the government.
Okay.
But they are paying tax to the government.
Okay.
Yes, well maintained. Just like he said, filming industry also.
Yes.
If you can bring that one in, it would actually tourism. Tourism. We can actually generate a whole lot from tourism.
Okay.
So I mean, yes, we want to make more money, but let it also trickle down. Let's see that yes, we're making more money, and it's. I would love to see a national carrier.
Great.
Before Doc come in, Doc was talking about the elite.
I don't want to bring him in again.
Because
we are going for the next.
There are 2 hotels in that airport. Good. Both hotels, we can't go there.
For the elite,
not just for the elite, for the elite.
For Doc and his colleagues.
Yes.
Great. Doc heard that. I briefly might just reference that when we come back from this break. The Nigerian Customs Service will be our point of call when we return from this break. It's Souq News. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy.
This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souqnews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
To first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back, many thanks for joining us. It's Souq Business Landscape. Our next story, the Senate Committee on Customs has directed the Nigerian Customs Service to increase its 2025 revenue target from 6.584 trillion naira to 10 trillion naira following its strong 2024 performance. The committee, led by Senator Issa Jibril, praised the customs for surpassing its 2024 target of 5.079 trillion naira by over 1 trillion naira, calling for a more ambitious target to boost the national revenue. While approving the proposed revenue and expenditure, the committee stressed the need for stronger anti-smuggling reports, especially against illicit drug fueling insecurity. Senator Jibril urged customs to balance a revenue collection with enforcement, emphasizing that supporting local production through reduced smuggling would strengthen the economy, preserve foreign exchange, and create jobs. Yes, 2025 projection about 6 trillion naira, and the new projection is 10 trillion naira. The reason is that the Nigerian Customs Service currently has a strong performance in the fiscal year. Chooks, the fiscal year. I am not surprised because if you remember vividly the 2025 budget, after the president had said about 49 trillion naira was sent to the Nigerian Senate for approval, and they've done that, and we were all waiting, and we saw that the budget is not still forthcoming. The presidential assent, after the Senate took a look at it, is not forthcoming. We started asking questions, and all of a sudden a supplementary budget, an additional amount of money, came up. And the thing is that the FIRS, the Nigerian Customs Service, and other government entities, brought about, Nigerian Customs Service brought about 1.2 trillion, yes. GOEs, that's government, other government entities brought about 1.8, and the FIRS brought about 1.4 trillion naira. So I was wondering, okay, so the addition came. Is it that as the Nigerian Customs Service, they are doing less than what they are supposed to do? Or is that there's no form of accountability, or there's no legislative framework set into the frame in which the Nigerian Customs Service can really, account for how much exactly they are receiving, so they can declare to the government authorities?
Okay, that still takes us back. This is like a jump from where we are coming from down to this particular place. Now, we saw not just a jump. It happened last year. It almost happened 2 years ago also. Now, we are seeing a service where we have a different set of people, a different captain is on board, and things are beginning to shape up. Can they do more than 6.584 trillion? Definitely. Can they do more than 10? I believe definitely. Now, with automation, the middleman is cut off. And once you do that, government will directly get what comes into this country. Remember, we are import dependent. We import almost everything, down to crude.
So normally tariff or
down to the same crude that is our major foreign earner, we are importing crude as we speak. I pray that will stop. Good. But now, if we have that automation and it happens and Okowale gets this through in this tenor, then good and fine. We will see a viable custom. Now, another thing we should start looking at is, before this administration came up, we had indiscriminate import waivers that were given for non-essential items.
True.
we had a whole lot of political favors. People were importing all manner of importable things. And because you have someone in the corridors of power, they were not paying. We have people importing luxury items that that belong to doctors' class of citizenry. This is where I believe the presidency and customs should be looking at. Any of these items should come in with 100% import tariff.
Okay.
Custom will make times 10 of that 10 trillion.
Okay. Doc, Souq has time without number referring to you and your friends.
I say doctor, I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Doctor.
Thank you very much for your advice.
Can we do more than 10 trillion naira?
I think it's not necessarily about what we can do. I made this point earlier on. You see, when we're making public policy, what is in the mind of those who are making the policy is what should be, what problem do we want to solve? That should be the question, first and foremost, to ask. So when we understand the problem that we're supposed to solve, then we now begin to look at which model fits that kind of a problem. We're dealing with unemployment. We're dealing with poverty. We're dealing with a lot of social issues. Now, we are seeing a country where government intervention is weak. And what you're supposed to be doing is actually be spending more money rather than collecting more money. Because the more money you collect, what you are doing, you're actually taking money away from the people. And you are making them becoming poorer.
If you're taking money from...
Yes, because what you are doing is you are asking custom to make more money. They don't have a factory.
Yes. They are
charging the excise and duties that they are for goods and services that are coming into the country or going out of the country.
Okay, let's focus on the ones that are coming into the country. Because the ones going out of the country...
Yes, excise and duties. That is how they make their money.
Yes, for those going out of the country, the government can also make policies that will say, okay, hey.
See, this is what it is. If your goods going out, we're putting excise on it, which means here already, they are already militating factors. If it's agricultural products, we already know that our yield is low. We already know that we don't have technology to be able to drive costs down. So by the time you put excise on it, it makes your price high so that even in the international market, you are not competitive. So when you are putting import duties on the goods that are coming to your country, what that means also is that you are raising the prices for local consumption.
For non-essential items.
Now, and there are no local alternatives to some of these products.
Doc, can we focus on non-essential items?
So, what I mean is that our people are still going to buy it. They are going to spend more.
The elites are going to buy it.
This time, not elite, because we're not talking about air tickets.
Just a moment.
We're talking about consumer goods.
Yes, consumer goods like laces.
Okay, so
consumer goods.
I need to allow Doc to land.
So the point I'm making is that also put the tomato paste.
No,
we'll still bring them in.
No,
whether I like it or not, we'll still bring in some wheat. Whether I like it or not, we'll still bring in some rice. Whether I like it or not. Now, all these things, if you put money on them, what that means is that you're taking more money out of the pocket of the people who originally are already very poor, and so we are making them poorer. So that's why I'm saying that those who make public policy must understand that what problem are we trying to solve, so that we are not solving one problem in the other one and not creating a more problem on the other side. So it's always not about revenue. So we must look at it. If these guys are planting farm and they're having investment in industry, you could say, oh, you can produce more so I can make more money. But what you're simply saying is that increase taxes, increase tariff, so I can make more money and make it 10 trillion. And I don't think that the people who are advising the custom understand this dynamics of public policy to understand that this is having implications on the welfare of the people that they are supposedly representing.
Great. Now, so Olumide, you add this to what you're going to say. The thing is, the Senate will be having a plenary today, if not that they have already started as we speak. This is going to be presented in the Senate because it was the Senate Committee on Customs that were, examining and looking at the performance of the 2024 budget, and that's why they came up with this proposal. And the Senate itself is going to sit to make sure that if they are going to, approve this for the Nigerian customs, for the proposed 10 trillion naira to go with it. So, what will be your take on this issue?
Now, I think I would like to agree for once with Doctor. Because critics, and I also believe that Nigerian custom, their core mandate should be to facilitate trade.
Facilitate trade.
Ease of doing business. And not to just purely maximize revenue.
Okay.
Do you understand? Now, importers, what do you call them, economies and all that, this could actually choke trade. It could raise import costs, inflation, and drive businesses, of course, to neighboring states. So just like Doctor said, I don't know who's advising them. I don't know how they just believe making more money will just solve all these problems and all that. They should also look at the people bringing these things in. Well, Trix is saying that what about those taking it out also and all that. But now, going to this Senate plenary and all that, I think the Senate, the legislators should also ask that all this, how is it going to facilitate the ease of doing business? How is it going to make ease of doing business smoother? How are we going to encourage, the person who wants to export agricultural, produce outside the country if you are raising all these tariffs?
Okay, but Chooks, but as you're responding, is it not logical? Because the framers of this policy, like Doc is saying, that they must put at the back of their mind the objective, the reason why they are churning out and framing this policy. What is the end goal? Is it for revenue generation? If we are preventing some products from coming into our country or we are imposing tariffs on it, it's because, and it should be that we are protecting some of the commodities or some of the products that we are able to manufacture back at home, so we can protect those industries to provide jobs for Nigerians. And if we are going to allow some of these products to come into our country by just giving them pittance as tariff, it's because we lack that power, we lack that advantage, and we want it to come in here for it to provide some form of succor to the factories that we have here, and we can take advantage of that technology to also create factories over here. What exactly do you think those who are coining this framework or this policy should put at the back of their mind?
Okay, before I get to this part of this particular question you asked, now let's get to 6.58 to 10 trillion. One of the major points they pushed out was automation.
Okay.
With automation, nothing will leave that port without clearance. Because all what you need to do is to swipe or to tag. So custom will have less direct interface with whoever is importing or whoever is exporting. So even with automation, you might not even be increasing what you're charging in the first place.
Okay. But sorry, just to put it straight.
Okay.
As of today, custom is one of the agents in Nigeria, government agents, that has properly automated.
They still need to do a whole lot.
But to a very large extent. In short, many agencies of government are asked to go really copy what customers do in terms of automation. So there's a whole lot of technology in terms of collection. So that I really don't think about leakages.
Okay. Now we get to see a large number of, let's say, vehicles for now. If you travel from here towards going down to the east, or Bini, Akure, if you get to custom office, you be asking yourself, do they sell vehicles here? You see, there are thousands of vehicles that have crossed the port that duty was not paid for because a middleman somewhere did something. So if custom can be able to do away with that, that particular revenue lost will be gained. Now let's also look at other product. The government, on their own part, brought in cars for our members
members of the House of Reps and the Senate every election.
Now, these are
here.
elites. These are
Docs.
thank you.
Favorites.
God bless you also. Now, this kind of items should be put on 100% tariff. I am 100% support of that. Every of these
that is what it is at the moment. It's 100%.
Items should be put on, and not just put on paper. It should be collected, not waiver,
No,
not signature.
It's collectible.
It's collectible. Is it collected? Not signature waiver. Now let's get back to what you were talking about. If we see a country where our president last week gave us a mandate that we are going to start producing wheat and increase on the wheat production, then why should we also be looking at people in the next 2, 3, 4 months going to collect government permits to go and import wheat at the same quantity they are importing? I don't know if you understand. So that way, if they know that there's a government policy that is working and wheat is about being cultivated as we speak right now, which means in the next 3, 4, 5 months, harvesting will be happening. Whoever is responsible for giving those particular papers for that importation should know that at the end of the day, if somebody is coming, there's going to be 50% increase in how much you're going to pay. The same thing is happening with rice. The president just launched a large chunk of tractors that came from Belarus. I don't know if you saw those pictures. These are
2,000.
These are going to be put in direct use, which means people are going to farm, which means anybody that is looking at importing rice in the next 6 months, slam tariff on the person.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, but to see the point, we also must put, like, a lot of experts have argued.
A lot of
experts have argued. You see, while you are thinking this one here, you're actually empowering some of those vehicles you talked about. They're coming in through the land border, not really through the seaport. So the reason is because a lot of things that could have landed in Nigeria, because of the cost of handling, they land in neighboring countries. And they come into our country through the bush paths. So why are port facilities not handling so much? The one in the neighboring countries are doing excellently well. Now, it's the same argument for subsidy, that when you increase, you put subsidy, the nation around you benefit. So I think we must also look at, should we encourage people really to be passing through bush paths? Can we simplify things such that the port can be very busy? Take, for example, I use UAE as a model because it seems working. Vehicle tariff, it doesn't matter what vehicle you drive, it's 5% across board. That's duty.
5%.
5%.
So if I buy a Corolla and you buy a Lamborghini,
it's 5% of your cost.
That's not fair.
Yeah, of course. No. It's fair because 5%. 5% of 10,000, 5% of 10 million, they are not the same.
They're different things, right?
They're different values.
Okay.
So that is what it is. So across board is 5%. So you go to the free trade zone where a lot of other businesses are. Over 20,000 companies operating in the free trade zone, is 100% corporate tax free and personal income free. Okay. And yet, that nation is developing. So there's something we can learn from them.
All right.
Where's their money coming from? What's the investment mode that we can copy and emulate so that at the end of the day, we can actually make a lot of money? Take, for example, the tallest building in UAE, Burj Khalifa. Dubai has 24% stake in that company. Not because they invested £1, but for the mere fact that they gave them land to build that company.
Okay, so thank you very much, Doc. Now, this is, as we round up on this topic, I want us to consider this. One of the, or two very important things the Senate raised, the Senate Committee on Assessment raises this. Before I said that, you were mentioning about vehicles and tariffs, so let me quickly chuck this in. About 2 years ago, the Nigerian Customs Service caught a young man between 18 and 24 His father is still one of the governors in the northern part of the country. And he came in, they saw him driving a specific car, which is almost similar with the ones used in Formula One. And they looked at the car, so they were questioning him. Did you pay duty on this car? Obviously, he did not. So they held him and they questioned him. I'm just bringing that up because you mentioned the bush part, and which is equally similar to one of the things that the Senate committee mentioned when they were assessing the performance of the budget of the Nigerian Customs Service in 2024. And they said that the customs need to do more in providing surveillance in the unmanned areas and also to protect and prevent smuggling of goods into Nigeria. And also, very importantly, they mentioned that one of the things that fuel insecurity in the country is the use of drugs, and the drugs coming through these unmanned areas. How can we stop that?
How can we stop that? For that particular issue, the drugs, is not just customs alone. It takes a lot of intelligence to hold on to illicit drugs, from port of departure down to port of arrival, down to where it will be used. More than 60% of the drugs that come to Nigeria is not getting into Nigerian streets. We are more like a port for movement to other places. So it takes more. Yes, custom
like a conduit?
Well, custom will do their best, but they need to have a collaboration with other countries, be it the US, be it the South Asian countries, be it the Middle East. That way, they will always feed you information or feed you some form of notice. They know who is producing, they know who is moving, they might not know when. So you can always find out as, okay, good, there is an information that will now work. Now, for those that are manning these places, this is where we also need a whole lot of integrity. Nigerian Palace, they say money for
and
ground for
back for ground.
Okay, now you heard it from Priye. Now, this is where we will need a lot of officers with integrity to be positioned in these particular places. People that money will not sway them.
Okay.
But you see, a lot of times we keep focusing on government agencies and we forget the home.
Okay.
But I do believe, Chooks, that there are no unmanned gates in Nigeria.
There are no unmanned places?
There are not.
Former President Muhammadu Buhari.
Okay.
You see, the reason why I said so, I have also had opportunity to have worked in that corridor in the southwest here. And I have somebody who is working around that Kebbi corridor, where party is coming in from Nigeria. How much is paid to people who stayed there? And they are uniformed people, our people who are staying there. Nothing gets into this country without anybody knowing. See, you see, that is a point that I want to make. And that is my appeal to everybody. Once we don't agree that this country belongs to us, and we have responsibility to make it work, it will not work. There is no unmanned or governed space in Nigeria. And I can say that with every air of authority.
Former President Muhammadu Buhari said that it's almost impossible to man all the borders.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that we can take camera. You think that these things are coming in and people are not collecting revenue from it?
Somebody somewhere is paid. That's what
Let's not get into those arguments. You see, because, yes, the truth of the matter is that these places are manned. They know where everything is coming in.
Okay, so those who are manning those places, they are fraudulent.
Yes, that is a problem. And that is what we need to deal with. Because even some of them have to even bribe to be posted to those areas.
Okay.
So we should tell ourselves some very honest and very bitter truths. See, the problem with us is the fact that you were talking about Ethiopia earlier on, how their aircrafts are working. Because the people, the citizens see it as their own. If you go to Morocco, it's the same thing. If you go to Libya, it's the same thing. If you go to other places, in some places that are doing well in Africa, it's the same thing. But here, we don't see these things as belonging to all of us. And everybody is looking for a way to make personal money into his personal pocket. And therefore, we subvert government policy, we subvert the laws of the land just to benefit ourselves. That is, for me, what the issues are. Because all these cars that are driving, they are driving past in the night. I have traveled those roads and I see 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m., they are there and they are active.
Great. Olumide, as we round up.
Well, I think the major thing right now is to try and make sure that, just like Chuk said, ensure anti-leakage, stricter anti-leakage enforcement, in as much as we're trying to generate more revenue. But all in all, let's protect trade momentum, basically.
All right. When we return from this break, single-use plastics in Lagos State, the ban will commence in July 1st. It's just at the corner. But guess what? Manufacturers Association of Nigeria says no. And they are giving their own counsel to the Lagos State government. When we return from this break, we'll bring you the complete report. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcement has been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentive.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Always see something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has warned the Lagos State government that planned ban on single-use plastics from July 2025 could wipe out the livelihoods of over 89% of businesses in the plastic value chain. According to the MAN director, MAN meaning the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir, a study shows that manufacturers, wholesalers, traders, and end users heavily depend on single-use plastics, with many having no alternative source of income. Ajayi Kadir criticized the state's approach as lacking credible data and proper stakeholder consultation, calling it unsustainable and reactionary. He urged the government to strengthen existing recycling programs instead of introducing new funds, warning that the ban could lead to job losses, reduced export earnings, higher consumer costs, and shortages for recyclers. The Lagos State government insists that it had engaged stakeholders and provided a one-year window for adjustment. That is the battle in Lagos currently as we speak. 89% of manufacturers are going to lose their livelihood because they depend on that. That is coming from Ajayi Kadir, the MAN director. Doc, do you see this man as just saying things, or is not putting into consideration the report that we watched before we got back from the break that talked about waste management? Because his criticism is that the Lagos State government has not taken critical look to the management of recycling of plastic use in the country and has not found industrial use for them. Do you think his argument is tenable?
Well, I don't think it's tenable, and I think it's just a lazy way that the African man don't want to make progress, and I think that's very, very unfortunate. If you see the way things are today in the world globally, you see what happened during the COVID-19, when a lot of things shut down and nobody was producing anything. All the factory in China converted automatically to producing PPP. That's it, because they are flexible. And this is the way factories are designed today, not designed to produce one mode.
What do you mean by PPP, so they can understand?
Yes, they call it personal protective
equipment.
Equipment,
yes,
okay.
PPP. So those hand gloves and the rest of it, face masks and the rest of it. All the factories were producing in large quantity. They didn't set up the factory to produce
single.
Yes, so it was a dual factory model that they built. And this is what everybody is doing, agile factory, that you can have factories that actually, once there's a downtime in this area, you can actually switch to produce some other thing. And I think this is the way we should be thinking. We should not always be seeing the problem. We should also be seeing the opportunities that come with some of all these things. That look, yes, people are still going to carry things. It may not now be that we're going to be using plastic. It could be now we're going to be using paper to carry some of our luggage. In Rwanda here, there's a clean environment. If you get into Rwanda airport today, as you are coming in with a plastic or paper in your hand, they collect it from you and trash it right at the airport. So it doesn't even get into the town. So I think these are the things that we should understand. So if you go to supermarket, people are producing paper instead of rubbers. But we must agree with ourselves that, look, these are biodegradable materials, that you have plastic. Look at it, even with all the recycling you're talking about. Go to all the drainages in Lagos and see the number of this plastic and waste that is littered everywhere.
His argument is that we're supposed to have, this government was supposed to have a system where you have a recycle system management that we can have industrial use for this thing.
So why is it government? Is it not the people who are producing the, take for example, toilet tissue? I played in that area in a little while. See, what do we do in toilet tissues? You have pulp, which are from plant directly. You also have recycled pulp. Who is the person doing the recycled pulp? The man who's producing it to go to paper industry, gather paper to come recycle to produce tissue. So the people who are doing plastic that he is arguing for should actually be the one being on the street retrieving this plastic. I was across the marina, a village there, and I was telling them about this plastic, this thing, and I said, look, how much is it? For us to ferry this thing across the water, we know how much is it. We can't carry it across the water because it's expensive. And there's nobody who's coming here to come and collect it. So we dump it anywhere. So these are issues that we must have to address. If government is saying that, look, single practice is not good because we're also trying to protect our environment for us to be able to live good life, healthy life, then we must not be thinking of the interest of just one man who's going to make profit at the expense of the life of children, our children, and our children's children. So when we're thinking the environment should be safe, and I think the manufacturing association should be thinking what alternatives are available, because as they say, if one door closes, then definitely 2 or 3 more doors should open.
Olumide.
All right. So basically, just like Doc says, when there's an issue, there's an opportunity creates itself. Now, what I would also envisage is that let's look at some other countries that have tried this and how they did it. He mentioned Rwanda, so let's look at Rwanda. Now, Rwanda, around 2008, they banned plastics, and it was a plastic-free campaign and all that. So what they did was that there was a transition. There was government-backed loans and incentives.
Government-backed loans and incentives.
For these manufacturers. There was aggressive sensitization and educations in meetings and in schools.
Okay.
Those were the steps that were taken to make sure that this was. If you look at Kenya also, Kenya had this, they call it the stricter enforcement.
Okay.
But if you look at Kenya today, Kenya is also considered one of the cleanest places in Africa.
Okay.
So I think we should first look at these countries. How are they able to phase out this? Because it is also estimated that over 500 billion naira is being made from the plastic sector.
500 billion naira in Lagos.
Yes, estimated.
Monthly.
Estimated.
Okay.
So now, the route I think we should go is recycling. Just like Doctor said, the same people making this plastic, they should also look into it. So that's how an opportunity has created itself for the people manufacturing this plastic. How can we, recycle? You and I, we've interviewed a woman who was advocating for recycling. She wanted government loans. She wanted to partner with the government and bring in these machines whereby people can actually earn something by just dropping this plastic in disposable bins. You put it into the machine, it gives you some sort of money, and it can also encourages a clean environment.
Yes.
But unfortunately, she didn't get that support. Okay. But I think this is another opportunity.
Yeah, but you see, in terms of getting business support, and I think it's a model. See, you can't just say you have an idea, and of course, the cash flow is not backing what your idea you have. If you're going to take a facility, you must also be sure that the possibility of paying back that facility is also high, and that's what makes business. So that somebody give you loan, and at the end of the day, you are not able to pack it. But let me be very honest with you. Let me be very honest with you. The people you are mentioning, whether it's Rwanda, whether they are Kenya, they are very law-abiding.
So we are lawless.
No. Doctor, we are very law-abiding too. At least you are a very law-abiding.
We are law-abiding to some extent.
You say to some extent. You say to some extent.
70%.
See, what you need to be in Rwanda, for example, and see the level of orderliness. See, when you see we are, I don't want to say we are rebellious. We are a protesting nation.
Are we? Is it because we attend Protestant churches or what?
We are protesting nation.
It's a
We
heterogeneous
protest
society.
everything. So what you're seeing here right now is that government is trying to say this is the way to go, which should be the role of government. And you're seeing people who are advocates on television, on the newspaper, who said, no, we can't go with you. It must be our way or no way. And then, of course, this blackmail continues. And then we remain where we are. But in these countries you're mentioning, when they say there's traffic light, people are driving in the night, they see traffic light, they will stay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor.
You don't see police, you don't see last man manning traffic light elsewhere, except in Nigeria here.
Okay, fine. I need to make this correction. I know that this is not the perspective from which the doctor is speaking. However, Nigerians are not peculiar people, and they are not.
No, we are peculiar people.
No, I mean peculiar people like lawlessness. We're not peculiar to lawlessness. That's not what he's saying. So I need to make that part very, very obvious to all of us watching. I was going to call you Doc until
No, you can't prophesy. You can't.
So,
feel free to prophesy.
Is it Lagos is known as one of the states when it comes to law implementation? We could see that from the disposition of the CAI, and last mile, sometimes it can be overzealous, though. We could see that, how they implement these laws to create, to make Lagos State reflect that mega city or the metropolitan city that we all look out for. But the thing is it because we have the United Nations or the foreign agencies and foreign governments doling out money to African countries, green energy revolution, to sponsor things that have to do with green energy and sustainable environment and sustainable development? Is that the reason why Lagos is hell-bent on implementing this policy? Or is this just that it's for the benefit of society? Can one just be pessimist, just to play the role by balancing the equation with Lagos State and not lawlessness like Doctor will refer it?
Okay, it's not because of UN, it's not because of any of the green revolution, it's not because of any of them. The fact about this matter, the truth about this matter is that we are beginning to have increase in cancers traceable to plastics in human bodies. It's even gone beyond plastics in human bodies. We are now seeing plastics in fishes. And at the end of the day, we end up consuming that particular fish. We are beginning to see our drainages, our waterways clogged, blocked by this set of single-use plastics. We are beginning to see our landfills, our farms. That's even the one that is we are seeing right now. You go to an area to farm and you're digging up plastic from the ground. So it's affecting the plants, it's affecting animals, it's affecting the human being, it's affecting the unborn. So it's not just any of the international organizations. It's our living everyday reality right now. So is Lagos State in the right place to say we have to put a hold on this? 100% yes. Now, this has been running for 2 years. This is the one that kind of beats me. And they have not really enforced it the way I think they should have. The orientation has not gone that far, because if it should get to the point whereby the child in primary school, if let's say I'm going out with my child and we step into a market to buy something, and my child will tell me, no, our teacher said we should not use or we should not use this. That is where the orientation should get to.
Okay.
So it's not just about the manufacturers alone, because they are trying to be like a brick wall. Let's cast our minds back. Everybody on this table is above 35. Growing up, the major roofing...
Except...
apologies. Except Doctor that is almost getting to 80. Growing up, the major roofing sheets, if you remember then, used to be asbestos. Down to your ceiling, asbestos material. And we had a lot of asbestos companies here in Nigeria. But what did we come to discover? They were carcinogenic. Okay. And gradually we phased it out.
Okay.
Now we have roofing sheets. we have spans, we have coated, we have aluminium, we have stones, we have clay. I don't know, it took time for that transition to happen.
Okay.
Let's also see this as a transition.
All right.
Is it good for us? Yes, it has to be. Is it that plastics will completely go away? No, we can have plastics for big containing stuff, but when it comes to end users, we should find alternatives. This is now where research comes in. So they should be open. Can government do more? Definitely government can do more, and government should do more. So we should be open to those research.
Okay, so one thing I don't want to let go before we leave this is, I know Dr. partially referred to it when Olumide was referring to Rwanda and some of the countries. He said they are playing a big role. He talked about government-backed loans for the manufacturers, for the investors. And for a country as Nigeria, we can't be losing 500 billion naira daily because we are transitioning. If we are transitioning, what is the business alternative that is going to come into the system to replace the 500 billion naira that manufacturers will now start getting? Because the livelihoods of these people are going, all the people in their employment, the jobs, we are losing that. Are we putting that into consideration?
Can I chip in on that particular thing before Olumide comes in? Now, you're looking at 500 and something billion. Good. Now, God forbid, let's say give and take in 5 years, we have a population of over 1 million suffering from health issues from plastic. It has swallowed that 500 and something because it's going to come out of government budget to go into the health system, which government is not in budget in the first place. So I don't know, in the long run, we are going to lose.
Okay.
So that really comes to play. So I think if we want to tackle, we should start tackling this now. Because if we have a health pandemic thanks to plastic, God help us.
Okay, Olumide.
All right, so I must also say this, and I must also put it out, that it is environmentally sound for this ban to be effected. And I believe Lagos State has the best interest of people. However, let's also look at the alternative. Now, from what I am seeing here, it is estimated between $5 billion to $10 billion. The Nigerian plastic recycling value chain is valued, between $5 to $10 billion. That's the, estimated. So let's look at that. With 750,000 to 1 million jobs, that's the estimate. So if we go that route, we are also creating jobs. So it's like, fine, we're also phasing out one thing and moving into another phase, and not jeopardizing the job, unemployment, and all that. We're also taking that into consideration. So I think that Doctor is going to say government should not get back loans, and all, but I think that would also help to help manufacturers to move into that phase smoothly, and of course an eco-friendly environment.
Hold the manufacturers responsible. The big boys, the big international boys that are making I won't call their names, making soda drinks. They should be the first to stop using single-use plastics. The government should enforce that.
You know, the last time I traveled to Paris, in the hotel, they used to serve bottled water. The last time I went, this bottled water in plastic. The last time we had a conference, they put 3 bottles, real bottle, not plastic, on the table. And that's where everybody will cop around, that's where everybody's fetching from.
It's reusable.
Yes, reusable. So they're no longer serving those plastic drinks. Same thing in Manchester. So you see, we are the level of protestation here is so high that people just don't want things to work. And we must find a way to rope somebody in. Now when we're saying save your life,
you call it
which for me what is, and you say, government come and help me save my life. I don't think that is what it should be. People are doing business. There's a new business that is opening up. People just transition. There's a BOI that's giving money to people. Government has put money, federal government, state government, put money into BOI. Lagos is partnering with BOI. If you need money to do business, the BOI is there. There's a Lagos scheme with BOI. So I don't understand what we call a state-backed loan. You see, because the truth is that we see what's happening elsewhere. The thing you are seeing elsewhere is the fact that people want to obey law. Here, people want to obey them in breaches. And that's why we are complaining that our laws are not working.
All right. So now, this is...
Just one more thing.
Okay.
One of those same companies, I won't mention the name, as we speak right now, their packaging is paper, if you've observed.
Okay.
One of those big soda companies, as we speak now, one of those companies on your way to the airport, by the right-hand side.
Okay.
So their packaging is full paper, not synthetic paper, not paper with plastic inside. And the straw is also paper.
All right, great.
So if that can work, others should learn.
Okay.
Let's stop complaining.
Some of my
Sensitization.
Friends, some of my friends in the UK and in the European countries, they tell you, if you go to the supermarket, you had better go with some of this, the previous one that you bought. If it is synthetic material, you need to go to the market and the store with it. Because if you're going to get, if you think you bought something and the storekeeper is going to give you a new one for you to, put the items you bought, you're going to buy that. And sometimes because you want to avoid buying it, you have to save the one you have to be reused. And sometimes you could use that for as long as you can, and it damages and you go and it is phased out. And little by little, there's this strategic way that it is being phased out. And not only is it government-driven, including the business people, the storekeepers, the restaurants, the eateries in Lagos and in Nigeria must also fall in line, not to patronize those people. If they're going to do that, they should be the ones telling them, okay, give us paper, packaging, for us to sell food for those who are going to buy. And for Olumide and Chooks and others, if you are going to buy food, don't come with a plate from the house to buy it. So that you do not
from my house.
From the house, yes. So you do not promote the manufacturing of these plastics. Okay. And for you Nigerians out there, this is where we draw the curtain. And as we're doing that, we're going to have last words from everyone, starting from Chooks as you sign out.
Thank you very much for having me and us. To everyone out there, remember this country belongs to all of us. It's our responsibility to see Nigeria work. And we want you to have this at the back of your mind that this country will work in your lifetime. Don't postpone it.
Okay.
That's to work now.
Right.
My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again tomorrow.
All right.
Cheers.
Yes, the doc.
Men build nations. And I expect that as Nigerians, we must build our country, that our children and our children's children must be proud of. The responsibility is ours. Nobody will do it for us. See you tomorrow.
Yes. Olumide.
I think if we're going to actually promote Nigeria first, it starts from the mind. Let me borrow from Doc's word. It starts from the mind. It starts from your attention, your belief that, yes, this is my country and I need to take responsibility. If it's going to get better, it has to start from me. So I believe that, yes, it starts from the mind. Let's begin to think Nigeria. Let's begin to be our brother's keeper, in quote. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, I think you've heard it all from the gentlemen on the table. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Until we'll come your way tomorrow, do have a splendid afternoon.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks. from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fail, who never fail, who never fail, forevermore. Amen. Jesus never fail. Amen. Jesus never fail. Amen. Jesus never fail. Jesus never fail. Jesus never fail. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambody, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waide Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of of the national chairman. That's what came up, and the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos. We have sent advice. We have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course, becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we're developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we're doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We're now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you're only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFM, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored, and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Hello and welcome to World News on Souqnews Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. First, the headlines. Nigeria secures $400 million rare earth plant and set up to create 10,000 jobs in Nasarawa State. Petrol price hits 945 naira per litre as Dangote refinery and global tensions trigger spike. And the National Assembly Senate orders customs to double 2025 revenue target to 10 trillion naira. And on the foreign scene, Russia signs a nuclear energy deal with Mali and latest African expansion. Details come shortly. Welcome back. Now the news in detail. The federal government has pledged full support for a $400 million foreign direct investment to establish Africa's largest rare earth and critical mineral processing plant in Nasarawa State. The project, led by Hasitin Commodities Limited, is expected to create at least 10,000 jobs and significantly boost Nigeria's solid minerals sector. The plant will expand the company's processing capacity from 6,000 to 18,000 metric tons. Minister of Solid Minerals, Dr. Dele Alaki, described the move as a major step towards local beneficiation of minerals and reducing unemployment. He praised Hasitin for aligning with President Tinubu's agenda on industrialization and value addition. The company also plans to set up regional separation of facilities, empower artisanal miners, and train local communities. The minister assured that the government will continue to support such initiatives to make solid minerals a pillar of Nigeria's economic growth and diversification strategy. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited, NNPCL, has increased the pump price of petrol to 945 naira per litre in Abuja and 915 naira in Lagos. Independent marketers also raised their prices to between 915 and 950 naira per litre across different locations. The spike follows Dangote Refinery's decision to raise its ex-depot price from 825 naira to 880 naira per litre, with major depots adjusting prices as high as 940 naira per litre. Depot operators attribute the increase to rising global crude oil prices and ongoing supply tensions. Over the weekend, the United States and Israel launched airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, prompting Iran to fire missiles at American bases in Qatar and Iraq. The conflict has fueled fears of global supply disruptions, though Brent crude surprisingly dipped into $71 per barrel after initial surge. Experts warn that these continuous fuel price hikes will deepen Nigeria's inflation, raise transportation costs, and further pressure businesses and households already struggling with high living expenses. Marketers also concerned that pump price may continue to rise as depot owners adjust prices amid market volatility. The second session of the Nigeria-Brazil Strategic Dialogue Mechanism opened today, Tuesday, in Abuja as Nigeria prepares to sign over 30 memoranda of understanding with Brazil. Brazil's Vice President Geraldo Alckmin arrived with his delegation this morning for the three-day visit focused on deepening bilateral ties. He welcomed Vice President Kashim Shettima, Nigerian governors, ministers, and members of the diplomatic corps at the State House Conference Center. The planned agreements will cover key sectors such as defense cooperation, agricultural technology transfer, energy transition, trade facilitation, cultural exchange, and industrial development. Nigerian officials see Brazil's expertise in agribusiness, energy, and industrialization as vital for driving President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The talks are expected to attract new investment and build strong technical partnerships and to advance Nigeria's development goals. The visit features joint press conferences, bilateral meetings, and a state dinner hosted by Vice President Shettima in honor of Brazilian delegation. Deputy Chief of Staff Senator Ibrahim Adesia described the visit as a significant step in strengthening South-South cooperations, with concrete business agreements set to be signed before the summit concludes. Now, the Senate Committee on Customs has directed the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, to increase its 2025 revenue target from 6.58 trillion naira to 10 trillion naira, following its strong 2024 performance. The committee, led by Senator Issa Jibrin, praised Customs for surpassing its 2024 target of 5.079 trillion naira by over 1 trillion naira, calling for a more ambitious target to boost national revenue. While approving the proposed revenue and expenditure, the committee stressed the need for stronger anti-smuggling efforts, especially against illicit drugs fueling insecurity. Senator Jibrin urged Customs to balance revenue collections with enforcement, emphasizing that supporting local production through reduced smuggling will strengthen the economy, preserve foreign exchange, and create jobs. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has warned that Lagos State's planned ban on single-use plastics from July 2025 could wipe out livelihoods of over 80% of businesses in the plastic value chain. According to the MAN Director General Segun Ajayi-Kadir, a study shows that manufacturers, wholesalers, traders, and end users heavily depend on single-use plastics, with having no alternative source of income. Ajayi-Kadir criticized the state's approach as lacking credible data and proper stakeholder consultations, calling it unsustainable and reactionary. He urged the government to strengthen existing recycling programs instead of introducing new funds, warning that the ban could lead to job losses, reduced export earnings, higher consumer costs, and shortages for recyclers. The Lagos State government insists it has engaged stakeholders, provided a one-year window for adjustments. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you more business stories from across Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Let's take more stories. The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, has launched a pilot project to install smart prepaid meters in Ahena Kokoben district of the Ashanti West region. Under its loss reduction project, ECG has deployed 100 meters in the Broferiado community, with plans to scale up if the trial is successful. The new meters will allow customers to track their energy use in real time, recharge from anywhere, and help ECG detect and deter power theft. The company has also set up support systems, including WhatsApp feedback, educational campaigns, and routine field visit. 40 annotated meters are being replaced free of charge, and prepaid balances are being transferred to the new system. ECG says the move will improve efficiency, meet rising demand, and reduce energy losses across the region, where customer numbers are expected to hit 100,000 by next year. A 6% whistleblower reward has also been introduced to combat illegal connections. Now, Senegal is facing growing fiscal pressure as both debt servicing and public spending surge, while revenue continues to fall short of target. By the end of March 2025, the country's public debt had risen sharply, with debt servicing costs jumping by 44.5% in the fourth quarter of 2024 and 23.98% in the first quarter of 2025, reaching 822.3 billion CFA francs. Two-thirds of this is owed to banks, with the rest tied to unpaid bills and taxes. Although revenue improved in late 2024, reaching over 4 trillion CFA francs and exceeding target, total expenditure soared by 61% year-on-year, exposing significant arrears. These include 146.3 billion CFA francs in energy subsidies and 105.2 billion owed to contractors. In the first quarter of 2025, Senegal mobilized just over 1,000 billion CFA francs, barely just 21% of its annual budget target, while external grants dropped sharply by more than 70%. The government has pledged to pursue fiscal reforms, but efforts are being hindered by the IMF's suspension of disbursement over misreported debt data and an audit that revealed Senegal's deficit had been overstated for years. 12 foreign envoys, including representatives from the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, have issued a joint statement urging Kenyan authorities to allow peaceful protest and avoid the use of force. The call comes ahead of planned demonstrations on June 25 in remembrance of protesters killed during last year's anti-finance bill protest. The envoys condemned the use of plainclothes officers and hired goons to disrupt peaceful gatherings, tactics seen during the June 17 protest in Nairobi, where civilians were assaulted. They warned that such actions undermine trust in law enforcement and violate court rulings banning unmarked police operations. The diplomats also pressed for transparent investigations into all cases of violence against protesters. Last week, protests sparked a global outrage, including a viral video of a police officer shooting a masked vendor in the head. The victim is currently in critical condition and 2 officers have been detained. Despite international concern, President William Ruto voiced strong support for the police on Tuesday, promising full government backing as they enforce the law. In Zambia, Zambia's government has ordered all illegal miners at Konkola Copper Miners in Changa Mine in Chingola to vacate the site, with security forces deployed to enforce the directive and restore order. Mines and Mineral Development Minister Paul Katsumwe says the move aligns with the country's zero-tolerance stance on unregulated mining. The directive follows growing safety and environmental concerns tied to illegal operations. Kabuswe also addressed the situation in Senseme Mine in Chingola, stating that the government has not authorized any mining activity there. He confirmed that the efforts are underway to formalize the mine's operations and bring them in line with national regulations. He further clarified that a recent visit to Senseli by Chingola members of Parliament Chipoka Mulenga was not an endorsement of illegal activities, but aimed at encouraging compliance and dialogue with stakeholders. Zambia says construction on the Lobito Corridor Railway, a key regional transport route, could begin by the third quarter of 2026. The 530-kilometer railway connects Zambia's copper-rich Chingola region to Angola's Benguela line, opening a vital export route for copper and farm produce through Angola's Atlantic coast. Transport Minister Frank Tayeli made the announcement at the United States-Africa Summit in Luanda, where he said the Africa Finance Corporation is leading financing talks. He also confirmed strong interest from U.S., European Union, and African regional players. Angola Minister of State for Economic Coordination, Jose Massano, also reaffirmed commitment to the project, but ruled out direct government funding. Talks are ongoing to finalize concession clauses with financiers. Now, Angola is advancing discussions on a $500 million World Bank package, with conditions expected to be met before year-end. The country's economic outlook is under pressure following a sharp drop in oil prices. Brent crude fell below $70 per barrel after a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran eased concerns over Middle East supply risk. Angolan officials had earlier pegged their 2025 budget on oil prices above $70. Finance Chief Jose Massano said Angola is not ruling out support from the IMF or other lenders if oil volatility continues to strain public finances. We'll take another short break. More global business and policy updates after this. Stay with us.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souqnews TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souqnews News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Welcome back to World News. More stories. Russia has signed a series of economic cooperation agreements with Mali as President Vladimir Putin hosted Mali's junta leader Colonel Assimi Goïta at the Kremlin on Monday. Putin highlighted areas for deeper collaborations, including mining, energy, logistics, and humanitarian efforts. A major deal signed between both leaders involves cooperation on nuclear energy, with plans underway for a Russian-designed low-power nuclear plant in Mali. Constructions also begun on a Russian-backed gold refinery, which Mali's military government says will help gain more control over its natural resources. Despite the recent withdrawal of Wagner forces, Russia continues to maintain military ties with Mali through African corps, supporting the junta-led government after French and United Nations troops were forced out. Now, more than 100 British Labour lawmakers are opposing Prime Minister Keir Starmer's proposed welfare reform, arguing that the bill fails to protect disabled people and those with long-term health conditions. The lawmakers submitted a formal amendment to block the bill, which is set for a parliamentary vote next week. If passed, it could derail a key part of Starmer's economic plan just 1 year into his government. Labour had announced plans to slash over £5 billion from the welfare budget by 2029, citing the ballooning cost of benefits. But critics within the party warn the cuts are dangerous and overlook the realities faced by vulnerable groups. The government insists that reforms are necessary to encourage employment and sustain the welfare system. But dissent from within the Labour ranks could trigger a significant political test for Starmer. Now, the United States House of Representatives has officially banned WhatsApp from all government-managed devices, citing serious data risk. In a memo issued on Monday, the Office of Cybersecurity flagged messaging app as high risk, pointing to its lack of transparency, missing data encryption, and other potential vulnerabilities. Lawmakers and staff have been directed to uninstall WhatsApp and switch to approved alternatives such as Microsoft Teams, Signal, Wicker, and iMessage. WhatsApp has rejected the decision, insisting it offers better security than many of the listed alternatives. This move follows earlier bans of TikTok and government devices due to similar concerns. And that's a wrap on World News for today. For more updates, follow us across all our social media platforms at Olumide Shokoya. Thank you, and do have a wonderful day.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a keynote. so very much. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Morenike George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director of SIR&D, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibo. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to stay ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Ayeni, the founder of Analyses PSC. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morenike George Taylor, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, Mr. Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussion with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence. to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. And we're ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave the way we come, but in good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
Dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when everybody raised their hand. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody restaurant or in a food establishment. So in such a critical role, that if you're occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager would lead by example.
Lead by a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
As an effective manager, you first need to work on yourself because you can't be.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give that a round of applause. Can I have one more answer? Because my time is limited here. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give my round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your products, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? Alright, I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds a position. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my walk away, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my brother a man! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must be given division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you. Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Our ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under our leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelist, I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all the existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeli, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeli, the founder of Analyses and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCPC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. I don't honor my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Penny Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. Chairperson of restaurant. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, trainings. It's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire within the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you who is not here. Which message from the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering the thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Souq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity for Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that is the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause? I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every brand, right? Like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you're all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You're a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with the lecture on council.
Everybody, and I belong to nobody. So as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Proprietors Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the 10-day campaign, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Sayo Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February, and I told him, I know. You sent in every necessary December. Be rest assured, we will call. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will call. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Proprietors Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot seasoning meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we try getting more members. We approach the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about job. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be eat AFCON, eat safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a sweet sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big item. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a efori, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa Edo. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria has been chartered, is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, presented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. So, like the MC said, and speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robotic lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is Souq, and this is and look at Souq. I'm standing here for my general manager, Afolade Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is going to be highly educative. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt it, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I will just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvements on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurants. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that out. So now, while trying to reach out to the restaurant, the person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is fluent, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issues on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASCOPA. I want to inform you that the perspective 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor 2024 law that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the state are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I hope you enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shilego SPF. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guest, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism. Restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojana.
That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not that slight. But I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition, and what's not happened before from what I heard today looks like this is the main one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. Okay. They have described it many ways. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, one thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that he sees in our industry that he's trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far and all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my lived elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the food service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the guy be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure. Like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, I'm already head to the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said content, and I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted when she said content. That's again a difference that has happened in the environment that we are currently operating in. COVID-19. With the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, it can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits could range from increased visibility, can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, outside restaurants where your food is put right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to hook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences, unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit a general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things if we are going to remain contemporary or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, or is constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as and industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of SAFE to our industry. What then will our position be? I keep wondering, are they able to charge for the more expensive bags, or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. We are managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
In a very nice way, cats walking into the landfill, which the floor, that's waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She had talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, rejecting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is news to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. Not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you should understand that nobody knows whether the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down those who are upcoming, okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and waste control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to okay, it's good, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure people story. Donate under use item, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that you don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So you're having a lot of product that's every day or every month, year in, year out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely, or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentils do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan it. I have 55 menus. Oh, you one of them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What happens to the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us don't like it. But then again, for food business owner, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seed, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I need an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as most important thing is train, 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 train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please, again, I'm saying train your people. And FHSC also carry out training. Just let me put it out next. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned that food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What you need to do? Start with the food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And it should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms. When your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That's the only way you can drive change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, it might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of technology that we talk about. It's called TMA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you reduce, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal, what do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track, where my waste coming from? Is it from the preface or from the post phase? You need to know, you need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to cut down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each department. Let them know that, look, this is serious business, so and we all have a part to play in food waste reduction because we're talking about money here. And lastly, also, another methodology we can use in reducing food loss and waste is the 4 R's. We have the reduce, the reuse, the recycle, and the recover. You cannot say we are fighting food loss and waste. We cannot fight food loss and waste because it's a whole lot. But we can prevent food loss and waste from happening. So that's where the reduce part comes into place. And then you reuse this product. Don't be in the habit of throwing things. Look for ways that you can use food products. Throwing should be your last option. Then you recycle and then you recover. I have a friend who does this technology, right? I don't know how he does it, but he's so smart. And he does Souq for businesses. I really don't know how it works, but this Souq uses food waste and it generates gas for cooking. So you end up not spending so much money on gas and you end up spending less money for waste disposal. Now, like, are you sure this works? But I'm looking for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food loss and waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay? deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants, they use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. And that is the fifth taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes. It's not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? If consume, that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. Not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat, and when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing word of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500 gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
Of this program, and Grassy Global Foundation, headed by Engineer Greg Ashibo, they are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Christiana Adeyemi. And she was one of those ones that bring premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that I happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and we never stop. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Kosi Adeyemi in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We are doing that one today, and we are happy that it's still happy to be here to see this award. Restaurants, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have had today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, Mr. Dada, we are having a cocktail meeting. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forget me the matter, I say, they want me to be Rama. But I have to squeeze my time to get there. So, she has been very supportive. We really thank Dr. Taylor, the chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of your visionary leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and understanding.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So
and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to do as an African one. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dog the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, Odisha people will say, Kibara people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you will not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, After his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.